Calling roll call, Mayor Jordan,
Here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect, thank you.
All right. At this time, we'll be going into closed session from 5 to 6 p.m. Do we have any public comments from the audience or on Zoom on closed section items only?
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia, seeing no hands raised on Zoom and nobody in chambers.
All right. Well, at this point, we'll go into closed session. All right. We will be reconvening our regularly scheduled meeting Tuesday, December 16th, 2025. City Attorney, can you report out a closed session?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Members of the City Council and public, the City Council met in closed session on items 2A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Orozco versus City of San Juan Bautista, California Government Code Section 54956.9 D1. The council heard from the city attorney and the city manager and gave direction to the city attorney. There's nothing to report out on that matter. Item 2B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, California Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 regarding significant exposure to litigation. It says 2 cases. There was only 1 case that was formally discussed, and there's nothing to report out. And finally, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 or 3 of subdivision D of section 54956.9 E2, enforcement action by the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and an additional matter with facts and circumstances that might result in litigation, which are not yet known to a potential plaintiff. The city council heard from outside counsel, who the city retains, and there is nothing to report out on that matter.
Thank you very much. If there are no other comments on that section, we'll be moving to item 3 on the agenda, which is the election. 3A, selection of mayor for a 1-year term.
We can open up the floor. If anybody wants to self-nominate, they're welcome to do so. If we have just one nomination and not any other names, then we do a roll call vote. But if there's one or two or more nominations, then we go through each council member and they decide who they want to choose as the mayor.
Okay. I wanted to make a motion to move this to the January meeting. Is that possible? Or do we need, this has to happen today? Just because we have one on Zoom.
If there's a consensus, we don't have an election, which is good. So
I'm for it.
consensus?
That's because you want everybody here.
Yes. Yeah, sorry, it wasn't clear. I want everybody here. We have one on Zoom right now.
Yeah,
I prefer to do this when we're all here and present in the room.
we can table it to the next meeting in January if you like.
Yes, please.
Yeah, it's fair.
Everybody's okay, perfect. Then we'll table it.
All right. With items 3A and 3B tabled to the January meeting, we'll move on to section 4, which are proclamations. The first of which is the Golden Wheel 63rd anniversary. Do we have a representative here to receive this?
I can't hear it here. I get you. Thanks.
All right. This is on behalf of the city of San Juan Bautista, presented to the Cornagia family Golden West Antiques 63rd anniversary. Whereas the Cornagia family has operated business in the city of San Juan Bautista for nearly 100 years, beginning with the opening of the San Juan Bakery in 1927, establishing deep and lasting roots in the community. And whereas Anthony Cornagia, a native son of San Juan Bautista since his birth in 1936, has dedicated Cornagia. Apologies. I'm an engineer. I'm a numbers guy. Apologies. Dedicated his life to the city and is among its few remaining longtime residents whose personal and professional history is closely tied to the community. And whereas the Cornaja family purchased the property where the Golden Wheel Antiques is located in the late 1930s, creating a multi-generational family presence known in downtown San Juan Bautista. And whereas in 1961, Anthony Cornaglia constructed the building and opened Tony's TV and appliance, later transitioning the business to Golden Wheel Antiques in 1962 to 1963, with his mother playing an integral role in the business until her passing in 1978. And whereas Golden Wheel Antiques has been in continuous operation for 64 years, never closing its doors, including during the COVID-19 pandemic, demonstrating exceptional resilience and dedication. And whereas Golden Wheel Antiques is one of the leading antique stores in San Benito County, known for its wide and diverse selection of antiques and collectibles, and has supplied furniture and props for motion picture and television productions, including East of Eden and The Long Road Home. And whereas Golden Wheel Antiques has attracted notable patrons over the years, including Doris Day, Vincent Price, Kim Novak, reflecting its unique reputation and historic charm. And whereas Golden Wheel Antiques remains a family operated business, with Anthony working alongside his four grandsons, Anthony, Nicholas, Jonathan, and Christopher, who are committed to continuing the Cornaglia family legacy in San Juan Bautista. Now, therefore, Mayor Jordan, on behalf of the city of San Juan Bautista, hereby honor and commend Anthony Cornaglia and Golden Wheel Antiques for 64 years of continuous operation and nearly a century of family business presence in San Juan Bautista, recognizing their lasting contributions to the city's history, economy, and community life, and extending sincere appreciation and best wishes for continued success for generations to come. Dated this 16th day of December, 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor. I hope I can stay another 10 years. Thank you very much. Bye. Oh, thank you.
Our second proclamation 4B is for Sarah Morris Griss, and Councilmember Aranda will read that one.
All right. For Sarah Morris Griss of Lola. Whereas Sarah Morris Griss is a fifth generation resident of San Juan Bautista, with deep family roots in the community dating back to her great-great-grandparents, dating back to her great-great-grandparents. And she continues that legacy by living, working, and giving back in the city today. And whereas Sarah attended all local schools in San Juan Bautista, strengthening her lifelong connection to the community and reinforcing her commitment to supporting local families, youth, and institutions. And whereas after spending time away, Sarah chose to return to San Juan Bautista, reflecting a shared experience of many in her generation and reaffirming her dedication to the community she proudly calls home. And whereas she is a positive and uplifting member of Spirit of San Juan Bautista, a local nonprofit organization, and currently serves as vice president of the board, hoping to lead community events and initiatives that celebrate the culture, history, and spirit of San Juan Bautista. And whereas in recognition of her generosity and service, Sarah was nominated as Philanthropist of the Year by Spirit of San Juan Bautista, reflecting the meaningful impact of her volunteerism and charitable efforts. And whereas she has demonstrated her commitment to community support through initiatives such as hosting a fundraiser benefiting Anzar High School, donating a portion of her business sales on a designated day in support of local students. And whereas she has also helped lead a walk of remembrance honoring the late local teacher Jim Ostick, reflecting her respect for the city's history and those who have made a lasting impact on the community. And whereas under her leadership, Lola became the first certified green business in the city of San Juan Bautista, setting an important precedent for environmental stewardship and sustainable business practices within the community. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Jordan, on behalf of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista, hereby recognizes and honors Sarah Morris Gris for her outstanding service, leadership, and enduring commitment to the betterment of the San Juan Bautista community, dated this 16th day of December 2025 or 20.
First of all, congratulations to Tony. You. Hey, congratulations. Also, thanks to him, I'm broke. Keep that gold away from me. Thank you guys as well. Thank you, council members. Thank you to the community that's kept my business open for 8 years. I appreciate you. As far as volunteer work goes, if you love your home and you love where you live, it's easy. You just give back. Time well spent. Thank you.
All right, moving on to item 5, public comment. Public comments are generally limited to 3 minutes per speaker on items that are not on the agenda and are under the city's subject matter jurisdiction. The mayor may further limit time for public comments depending on the agenda schedule. And if you're interested in making a comment, please fill out a speaker card if you're in person and hand it to the city clerk, or raise your hand on Zoom. Public comments?
Well, they're over there at the back. Mr. Adams, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening and thank you. My name is Bill Adams. My wife and I live at 705 2nd Street. In January, you adopted Resolution 2025-02 at great expense and time and effort to the city. The intent of this resolution is to ensure pedestrian safety and eliminate liability created by a public nuisance. But the directive appears to lack enforcement power. A notice of violation was delivered in March and a final deadline in September. There has been no action taken. While the attorneys discuss the matter, pedestrian safety is compromised. Liability jeopardizes my family as well as the city. I'm asking you once again, please act on your resolution and enforce the city directive to make walking safe on the public sidewalk. Public safety cannot be compromised. Thank you.
Jill Pagran, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, Jill Pagaran, 207th Street. I'm here tonight as a board member of the Community Foundation for San Benito County. I wanted to fill you in. A new CEO is coming on board and she will be introducing herself shortly. But the Community Foundation manages $30 million in assets. 2024, we granted $5.9 million in grants. And since 2006, we've had $1 million in scholarships. So just to give you an idea of the Community Foundation and some of our assets and what we're asking our new CEO to do, I just wanted to kind of give you a brief history. So thank you.
Cassandra Cartage. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your last name.
That's okay. It's your pop quiz for the day. It's Cassandra Kardashev. So hello, and thank you, Jill, for that wonderful introduction. I'm also joined by my fellow board member, Beverly Meamber. And it is such a pleasure to be joining this community. I have been working in community foundation space for over 15 years, and I'm from rural Northern California. And so being here feels very much like home for me. As Jill had mentioned, the foundation has over 30 million charitable assets, but every single dollar represents a wish to our community, a wish to make it a better future for all residents in our county. And I am really looking forward to partnering with community members to help make positive change happen. And I'm really interested in public-private partnership, how we can work together to further the goals of residents. So in some cases, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, community foundations were tremendous partners with local governments to deploy resources to community members that need it. But there's also opportunities when we're not in a disaster to partner together. So I'm looking forward to those different opportunities. The Community Foundation does grant making, but we also bring community members together to have powerful conversations. Our Community Foundation also has a conference room. That conference room might look like a space, but really what it is it's a place where community members come together to tackle some of the largest issues in our county. So if you haven't been to the Community Foundation, I invite you to come. If you haven't partnered with the Community Foundation or want to learn more about how we could work together, I have my business cards and I look forward to working with you.
Mark Massa. Mesa, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Nice to see all you guys together, and thank you for this time. I'm a longtime resident of Hollister, 32 years. Always wanted to have a business here in San Juan, so we have one. It's called The Hideaway. And what I'd like to tell you is that we've got a great, San Juan Bautista is awesome. We have a community, locals. It's very, very, very fun to have locals to come support our business. Problem is, the city is hard to deal with, right? We have a lot of issues, whether it's signs or it's permits, or there's a lot of things that we have to deal with. It's very difficult, and I try to reach out to the city manager, and I can verify the email right now because I might have the wrong email, but I have city manager at san-juan-batista.california.ca. I've had no response. Okay. And I believe this is someone that works for you guys. Okay. I've tried to get this person to come out and talk about the issues that we were having with permits, whatever it is, but there's been no response. And I would like you guys to address that if you don't mind. And again, it's just, we're trying to make a business. And my question is, do you guys want San Juan to thrive, or do you want it to die? And so we have a bar. So I believe, what I hear in the bar, I believe 30% of what I hear, right? So, but 100% is that people want San Juan. They believe San Juan is dying. So I want you guys to understand that and address it. And so if San Juan is really dying, then I want to take my time and my money and I want to go somewhere else. but no one, who do I talk to? You know, who do we address? Who do we talk to? Leslie does, or not Leslie, I'm sorry, but the city manager has not responded. Multiple emails, and there's been no response. So, so again, it's a great community. I've always wanted to be here, but I need to understand what the vision is for this city. And I think the city's great. It's awesome. I want to be here. I want to have a business. But if it's going to die, if someone wants it to die, let me know because I'll leave. Thank you.
No other speaker cards received and no hands raised on Zoom. Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
All right, with that, we'll close public comment. Item number 6 on the agenda is a presentation. Sheriff's Department year-end report and receive report from Jason Brundle, Kylie and Associates.
I think that's wrong. Sorry. Sheriff is running late, so if we can push this and go on to the next item, please.
Okay, we will hold item for later on the agenda. We will go with item number 7A, which is a public hearing for Bueller, Dalla, and SJB Alameda Enterprises development agreement.
Mayor, before we get to that, before we call on staff to come up with their presentation, I have a couple of introductory comments, if that's okay.
Yep.
Okay, so this project has been under consideration in various forms for many years. Bringing it to completion is important for the city. And once built, the project has potential to generate ongoing sales tax revenue, support local jobs, and contribute to the city's long-term economic stability. I just want to take the opportunity to acknowledge the significant work that the city staff have undertaken to move this project forward. Staff have navigated a complex procedural history, coordinated with multiple agencies, and worked to ensure that the development agreement before the council today is consistent with the project's approvals and the city's legal framework. At the same time, I want to recognize the applicants for their continued investment in the project, including the substantial time, resources, and efforts they've committed to advancing it and addressing infrastructure requirements associated with the site. This evening's discussion focuses on the proposed DA, which is intended to consolidate the project's approved entitlements and provide a clear path forward. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ariel Goodspeed, our planning manager.
Hi, good evening. My name's Ariel Goodspeed. I'm the new planning manager here for the city. And it is my pleasure to present to you tonight the development agreement for the approved gas station project at Zero the Alameda, APN 002520012. The development agreement associated with the approved gas station project included the following entitlements: the site plan and design review, SDR 2024-01, a conditional use permit, CUP 2024-01, and a sign program, SP 2024-01. The development agreement formalizes the city's conditions, ensures compliance with all the approved permits, and establish obligations between the city, the applicant, and the property owner. The presentation provides an overview of the agreement and its role in the implementation of the previously approved project. Next slide. So, the screen, I'm going to pause for just a moment because our screen isn't up.
Yeah.
Not on. Perfect. It's on. Thank you. So the development agreement was required under condition of approval number 12, and it specifically is there to ensure that a formal development agreement is executed between the city, the applicant, and the owner. The condition was to address reimbursement of all fees owed to the city, ensuring full cost recovery for the city services related to the project. The agreement is guided by state law, Article 2.5 Development Agreements, Section 65864 through 65869.5, the San Juan Bautista Municipal Code, Chapters 10-6. The city must make the following findings to approve the agreement. First, that it's consistent with the general plan and any specific plan, that it's compatible with the land use district and zoning regulations, that it supports public convenience, general welfare, and good land use practice, and it's not detrimental to public health, safety, and general welfare, and it does not negatively affect orderly development on property values. In addition, that it complies with the state government code standards for development agreements. Overall, the development agreement provides long-term certainty and ensures full reimbursement of city costs and maintains consistency with city planning objectives and community protection standards. Next slide. As mentioned by our city manager, Ashley Kolick, it has had a large history. The earlier project included a car wash, a gas station with 12 pumps, a 6,322 square foot building with a convenience store, quick serve restaurant with parking and site improvements. The environmental review was completed with initial study and mitigate negative declaration, followed by public hearings and approvals of the Planning Commission City Council back in 2014. The project was later modified due to a court remand on noise impacts, and a new initial study M&D was updated. Environmental review were completed. The revised project was submitted on February 27, 2024, and consolidating and updating prior entitlements. And the Planning Commission approved the revised project on May 7, 2024, as listed under SDR 2024-01, CUP 2024-01, and SP 2024-01. It included MND, and the final approval is formalized under Resolution 2024-04, adopting the project with conditions of approval. These actions provide the context for the current development agreement before you, ensuring alignment with prior approvals, seek with compliance, and Planning Commission direction. Next slide. So the applicants, Harmon Buller and Dr. Devendala, are requesting the Planning Commission action on this development agreement associated with the previously approved gas station project as part of the condition approvals. Staff conducted a review of the Planning Commission's May 7, 2024 approval and updated the conditions of approval to ensure that they fully align with the approved site plans from the May 7th action, the certified CEQA documents, applicable zoning regulations, prior entitlements. The earlier project description included 3,775 square foot convenience store, 7 fuel pump stations corrected from 6, 2 25,000 gallon underground fuel tanks, a 3,440 square foot canopy, 1,978 square foot lease space designated for a quick serve or sit down restaurant with a prohibition on a drive-through service, 39 parking spaces, 8 EV chargers, 3 bicycle spaces, and 18.4% landscaping, a trash enclosure, and an ABC license request. And in their revised submittal, the applicants had identified the lease space as non-restaurant commercial space. However, staff corrected this to remain fully consistent with the approved CEQA document, the zoning allowances, and previously approved project entitlements. The update conditions of approval restore the original allowances for the restaurant use or quick serve restaurant or sit down only with a no drive-through permitted as previously reviewed and approved in the previous entitlements. These revisions ensure all documents match the approved project description and maintain compliance across CEQA zoning and prior Planning Commission actions. Next slide, please. The updated site plans approved by the Building Division with a revised date of April 24, 2025 will formally replace Exhibit D of the development agreement. These updated site plans have been printed and are provided before you this evening for reference. The revised site plans incorporate all corrections, clarification, updates identifying the Building Division plan check process. The updated condition approval shown in Exhibit B will now correspond to and be applied to the most recent version of the site plans. The updates ensure complete consistency between the development agreement and approved construction documents, and the condition of approval allowing all parties to rely on one unified and accurate set of plans. Next slide, please. Following Planning Commission hearings on October 3rd, 2023 and November 7th, 2023, an updated set of plans was submitted in 2024. The May 7th, 2024 Planning Commission approval reviewed these updated design elements to ensure alignment with the approved site plan. So incorporated into the development agreement before you, the project includes revised condition approvals related to this design. These revisions ensure that all design-related conditions are consistent with the updated site plan, staff report, and Planning Commission presentation. The revisions also clarified the review and approval by the Planning Commission ad hoc as required for any updates or adjustments. The additional language of utilizing an ad hoc was to actually help streamline the project and not have it be able to be brought back to Planning Commission for approval for each design element. So this relates to conditions of approval 12, plans and diagrams, condition approval 13, adjustments, condition approval 14, signs, condition approval 15, improvements, condition approval 16, landscaping. But note that the landscaping still requires that it be submitted by a landscape architect and go to Planning Commission. So that would be a consideration for you. And then condition of approval 19, colors and materials. And the purpose of this really is that they reference an outdated plan set. And so we wanted to make sure that it ensured consistency with the May 7th Planning Commission approval. The development agreement guarantees a cohesive, high-quality design consistent with the city standards and approved rustic barn-like style. Next slide. This is the C store or convenience store north and south elevation. Next slide. This is inside the C store. It's the floor plan. It includes a cleaning area, a storage area, manager's office, locked storage, sales register area, an open sales area, food preparation and storage area, a beer cave, a walk-in cooler, a walk-in freezer, restrooms, an office space, and the layout is designed to support efficient store operations and comply with health and safety standards. Next slide. This is the canopy for fuel stations east and west elevation. Next slide. The applicant submitted a master sign program as part of the May 7th approval, and it complies with the San Juan Bautista design guidelines. The building wall signs on the main entrance or west elevation read the Alameda. On the side entrance, north elevation read the Alameda, and then under the canopy, north and south elevations read 76 Tax Corner as included as part of the May 7th entitlement. In addition, there's a monument sign. It's about 12 feet by 8 feet, 4 inches by 4 feet, and it reads Alameda. It also includes 2 tenant sign spaces for a convenience store in the lease space and 3 fuel pricing signs. The location is at the corner of State Highway 156 and the Alameda. All sign details will be finalized prior to building permit issuance. The signs will follow the city's design standards and ensure visual compatibility. Next slide. Included in the DA is Exhibit A or Resolution 2014-04, which includes the mitigation measures that were adopted in the May 7th approval as part of the MND. There had been in past approvals had expressed concerns with construction impacts. So I just want to highlight that mitigation measures 1920 restrict construction hours between 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and that loud equipment, vibrating, truck backup alarms, gas-powered compaction tools are actually limited to 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. Monday through Saturday. So this is actually highly restrictive compared to most construction projects. These updates ensure construction minimize disruption to surrounding businesses while complying with approved mitigation measures. So this was done, they adopted initial AMD mitigation measures was done back in 2014 and then amended in 2016 as previously described. Next slide. As part of the right turn lane obligations associated with the project, there was a 2015 reimbursement agreement, which the City Council approved under Resolution 2015-37. Under this agreement, the former property owner, SJB Development, committed to contribute $200,000 toward the future construction of a deceleration and right turn lane on eastbound State Route 156 at the Alameda. The 2015 framework established 3 key elements. First, that the city, not the developer, would construct the right turn lane when warranted. Second, the developer's obligation would contribute $200,000 fair share amount. And third, if construction costs exceeded the fair share, the city would reimburse the developer using traffic impact fees or future development contributions. The agreement was based on traffic forecasts at the time, which indicated that the right turn lane might not be needed until approximately 2035. This historical agreement forms the basis for understanding current expectations regarding right turn lane improvements and how they relate to tonight's development agreement discussion. Next slide. Following this, there was an amendment that replaces portions of that 2015 reimbursement agreement and update the right turn lane construction responsibilities and financial arrangements. Some key points under this was that the Alameda Enterprises obligation reimburses the city for the right turn lane costs with payments due within 30 days of invoicing and contributions capped at its fair share. Cost increases may be extended through the agreement term. In addition, that the city reimbursement, the Alameda is repaid for any costs above its fair share through annual installments of about $20,844. This was calculated in 2022. This would be adjusted depending on the final amount for the right turn lane costs. It would be funded by traffic impact fees, extractions, or other project-generated revenues. The total reimbursement in 2022 was estimated at $416,882. This number will adjust depending on the final costs, construction costs for the right turn lane. Future development must pay proportional fair share fees, which the city applies towards reimbursing the Alameda. Half of the project's impact fees are deferred until occupancy and a grant secured by the city reduces Alameda's share. Permitting compliance, the city issues permits once conditions are met, ensures prevailing wage compliance, and expedites review. The new term lasts until October 31st, 2042, unless extended for significant cost increases, and it's the process is outlined within the 2022 reimbursement agreement. Legal formalities and exhibits provide supported documentation, including the original agreement, the 2022 grantee, and the cost allocation study. Next slide. As conditions evolved over time, particularly due to increased traffic volumes and additional Caltrans design requirements, the city project applicant needed to update the original 2015 reimbursement agreement and the 2022 First Amendment approved by the City Council under Resolution 2022-80. So just a couple clarifying things, because I know there's a lot of details to that reimbursement agreement. And so just for clarity, first, it now requires that the developer fund 100% of the right turn lane construction costs upfront, including design, permitting, right-of-way work, utility relocations, construction, and construction management. Second, the city will reimburse the developer for any amount above the project's fair share costs and based on updated traffic analysis. Third, the reimbursement period was extended through 2042, giving the city additional time to collect impact fees or other revenues. Fourth, if fee-based revenues are insufficient, the city may use a portion of that project's future sales tax revenue to help satisfy the reimbursement obligation. Fifth, development impact fees, including traffic impact fees, are deferred until the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy. And finally, the right turn lane is intended to be constructed concurrently with or prior to completion of the project. It's important to emphasize that both the 2015 agreement and the 2022 First Amendment remain fully in effect, and the development agreement does not modify or supersede these previously negotiated financial and reimbursement obligations. Instead, the DA simply recognizes that the right turn lane remains an essential pre-existing requirement directly tied to the project's traffic impacts and long-term circulation improvements on State Route 156. Next slide. As part of the development agreement, development will provide a fair share contribution towards the future construction of the right turn lane on eastbound State Route 156. This contribution is calculated to reflect the project's proportionate impact on traffic operations at the Alameda intersection. The developer's fair share payment will help offset a range of costs, including acquisition of right-of-way costs, city staff time, consultant support, legal review associated with the improvement, any development impact fees. The contribution becomes due at the time the city issues a certificate of occupancy for the project improvements. And importantly, this contribution is identified in the development agreement as part of the project's overall public benefit package, supporting long-term circulation safety improvements as a key regional intersection. Next slide. As follow-up on the December 2nd, 2025 Planning Commission held a duly noticed meeting to review and discuss the draft development agreement for the Alameda gas station project. The commission received public testimony, reviewed the record, and considered several potential refinements intended to enhance public safety, community character, and pedestrian mobility. The discussion topics included additional sidewalk lighting, pedestrian crosswalk concepts, monument sign options, clarifications to the landscape plan, and the possibility of a visitor-oriented menu within the C-store. After deliberation, the Planning Commission adopted resolution number 2025-05, forwarding its recommendation and discussion summary to the City Council. As part of the action, the Commission authorized the Planning Commission Chair to work with staff to formalize those recommendations, incorporating the topics and concerns discussed during that meeting. Those formalized recommendations are now presented to the City Council for consideration. Next slide, please. Throughout and after this December 2nd meeting, the applicant expressed clear opposition to incorporating the Planning Commission's discussion items into the development agreement. Their position is that the public benefit obligations were already met under the 2022 First Amendment to the reimbursement agreement. They do not agree to a visitor center amenity beyond potentially allowing a 1 foot by 1 foot brochure rack in the C-store. They also oppose adding a new sidewalk light requirement or contributing to any light crosswalk improvement. In short, the applicant does not support adding obligations beyond their previously approved entitlements. Next slide, please. Staff analyzed the Planning Commission's requested items, and a key factor in valuing the Planning Commission's ideas is that the crosswalk across State Route 156 is entirely within Caltrans right-of-way, meaning Caltrans retains exclusive authority over the design and approval of any pedestrian or lighting features at this intersection. Caltrans' current plans already show a street light placed at the back of the curb ramp, as identified in this plan set, consistent with the existing conditions. An additional sidewalk light is not feasible and really not necessary, as it's already included in the current design. So no pole can encroach into an ADA required clear space. Also, additionally, California MUTCD and roadway warning lights and the rectangular rapid flashing beacons are not permitted at intersections controlled by traffic signals. So Caltrans has confirmed that these in roadway warning lights and the rectangular rapid flashing beacons and other flashing pedestrian devices can distract or confuse drivers and therefore not be used at State Route 156 and the Alameda intersection. Although some devices are prohibited, there are several Caltrans approved pedestrian safety strategies. These include leading pedestrian interval timings or right turn on red restrictions or high visibility crosswalk striping subject to Caltrans review. Any of the improvements within the state right-of-way requires compliance with Caltrans standards and issuance of a Caltrans encroachment permit. Because of these jurisdictional limitations, many of the pedestrian ideas discussed in the Planning Commission cannot be made enforceable obligations within this development agreement, but may be explored separately through Caltrans coordination. Some of the alternative approved safety increments. And currently we're going back and forth on the design features with Caltrans. And so these can be brought up in discussion, but ultimately it is up to Caltrans design standards. Next slide, please. Thank you. The red line edits in the development agreement are relatively limited and primarily focus on clarifying the procedures and responsibilities associated with the Planning Commission Ad Hoc Committee. These clarifications appear within the condition of approval, ensure that the roles, timelines, and review processes are clearly defined for both the city and the developer. The one additional clarification relates to condition of approval 16, which requires that prior to issuance of a grading or building permit, the applicant must submit a detailed landscape and irrigation plan prepared by a licensed landscape architect for the entire site for review and approval by the Planning Commission. This was something that had been brought up in discussion at the Planning Commission meeting, and so I'm just clarifying what the requirement is. The Planning Commission Ad Hoc Committee will subsequently monitor installation to ensure compliance with the approved landscape plan. In addition to these procedural updates, one recital was removed from the agreement. This removal was just made at the direction of the city attorney, who determined that the recital was redundant because the same subject matter was already addressed later in a later section of the agreement. And now these edits change those substantive obligations to the developer. Rather, they just improve clarity, internal consistency, and enforceability of the agreement. Next slide, please. Before you, what was printed and put was a few red line edits we made to the ordinance and findings to improve accuracy and clarity since packet production on Thursday. First, in section 2, finding F, staff corrected an incomplete sentence. The corrected language now properly states the development agreement will not adversely affect the orderly development of the community, that it implements previously approved zoning consistent with the general plan. Second, in section D, the ordinance publication statement was corrected to properly reference the city of San Juan Bautista instead of the city of San Benito. And the prior draft incorrectly had referred to San Benito. It just ensures compliance with Government Code Section 25124 and accurate citation jurisdiction. Third, staff removed a duplicate recital language on page 5 of the ordinance. The duplicate paragraph repeated the description of the improvements associated with the project, including the convenience store, fuel camp, canopy retail, lease space, parking, landscaping, and ABC license. Removing this redundancy improves the readability and eliminates unnecessary repetition while maintaining the full and correct description elsewhere in the document. These edits are non-substantive but important for ensuring that the ordinance is clean, accurate, and internally consistent before adoption. So just a few typos. Next slide, please. The proposed ordinance formally authorizes the city of San Juan Bautista to enter into a development agreement with SJB Alameda Enterprises LLC for the Alameda Gas Station project. The adoption of the ordinance is required to implement the 2024 conditions of approval, which specifically called for a development agreement prior to the project construction. First, the ordinance approves the negotiated development agreement, which incorporates the terms, obligations, and public benefits tied to the project. Second, the development agreement provides vesting, meaning that the project's approved land uses, design features, signage, and development standards are secured for the duration of the agreement. Third, the ordinance clarifies procedural requirements for administering and implementing the entitlements issued in 2024, including review timelines and decision-making processes. And fourth, the ordinance establishes the term of the agreement, outlines the annual review process, includes enforcement procedures consistent with Chapter 10-6 of the San Juan Bautista Municipal Code, which governs development agreements citywide. In summary, the adoption of the ordinance provides a regulatory certainty for the project while ensuring the city oversight, public benefits, and code requirements are fully preserved. Next slide, please. Almost done, I promise. Just real quick, it's consistent with general plan, our zoning tables included. and additionally CEQA. The site project is an undeveloped 1.12 acre parcel. The development agreement does not constitute a project because it proposes no physical change or alterations to land use. It is also statutorily exempt from further CEQA review. And since it maintains the status quo and does not include new environmental impacts, CEQA does not apply. Notice of public hearing was mailed to property owners within 300 feet. No public comments have been received to date. Staff finds that the project meets the required findings of the site and design review, conditional use permit, and sign program. Next slide. And finally, we are at the recommendation. So tonight, staff is asking the City Council to review the full presentation, the Planning Commission's work, any public comments received regarding the proposed development agreement ordinance. Staff recommends that the City Council receive the Planning Commission's recommendations that were developed at the December 2nd, 2025 meeting and refined through follow-up discussions with the Commission Chair. That the Council acknowledge the applicant's stated opposition to the Planning Commission's suggested additions, which is fully documented in the staff report. That staff recommends the Council adopt ordinance number 2025 next, which would authorize execution of the development agreement between SJB Alameda Enterprises LLC and the City of San Juan Bautista, including replacing Exhibit D site plans and additional edits as presented to the ordinance and findings are a few typos. Thank you. And lastly, staff recommends that the council make the CEQA determination included in the ordinance, that the rights granted under the development agreement do not constitute a project under CEQA because no physical changes or alterations to the environment are proposed, that the development agreement is also statutorily exempt from further CEQA review under Public Resource Code 21083.3B, which avoids duplicative environmental analysis already conducted during adoption of the city's general plan. And together, these actions will allow the development agreement to move forward consistent with Planning Commission direction, public input, and CEQA requirements. That concludes my presentation. I am happy to take any questions. I hope I answered everything, though.
All right. At this time, we'll open up to City Council comments. Councilmember Aranda.
I have a few questions. For the right turn lane, not being needed to 2035, what would be the cost at that time? I know you said, was it 2022? You guys said you did an estimate?
Yeah, so what you're referring to, that 2035, that was the analysis under the 2015 agreement. And then the 2022 superseded that. I think under the 2015, it was like a closer to a 400,000 estimate. That was 10 years ago. So construction estimates were a little bit different than in 2022. It was estimated around 800,000, and the fair share cost being around 400 and change. That has since been adjusted, and the final fair share amount will match proportionally to the total construction costs. Does that answer your question, or is there anything I can clarify for you?
That's perfect. And then another question goes, it's related to the DA. I know the Planning Commission wants to see certain conditions added. I know they were discussed with the developer at the time, or the owners of the parcel. How do we know? So I'm assuming that never made it. Those discussions never happened. So what we see in front of us is what we have now, correct?
Let me just clarify a few aspects. So those items were discussed with the developer and or applicant, and they are not interested in doing those recommendations. However, as presented tonight, there already is a light, so it's that isn't needed. the lighted crosswalk is not allowed per Caltrans. So if there were other safety measures, we wouldn't be able to recommend approving that because we don't have final, it's not our jurisdiction, it's Caltrans, right of way. And so it would have to be a discussion back and forth, and ultimately Caltrans would approve any, safety additions. The visitor center, the applicant was okay with a 1 foot by 1 foot brochure space, but anything additional, they were not agreeable to.
Got it. And as city council, can we adopt any of those? Can we force the developer, or it's just obviously I know the recommendation is just to acknowledge that they don't want to do certain things, but can we even do that? So is this just a wash at this point, or is it can we make changes?
I'm going to respond, but I'm also going to defer to our city attorney, John Griffin. It does need to be negotiated with the developer. John, would you like to add anything?
At this point, the development agreement is what it is. The council, if it found that as a matter of public policy that the terms were violative of public policy, they would have some right, but technically the council is not empowered otherwise to change the development agreement.
Got it. Thank you. And then my last question would be for the traffic fees that we would be collecting. Help me understand, where would we be collecting those, and what does that look like to pay for? I'm just I'm a little concerned here. So we have this development, and now the city's putting out to fund the right turn lane, and then we were going to get some of the we're going to pay for that with the traffic fees, right? So where are those fees coming from exactly?
Yeah, let me just a couple quick clarifications if that's okay. So the applicant is going to pay upfront the full costs, and then between now and 2042 on an annual basis we'll be making payments. The payments would come from traffic impact fees collected, but it could also come from, it listed like a variety of other places, such as our TOT or sales tax, could be used, or other methods of collection, if we get state funds, if there was some future grant. So it kind of left it open-ended and provided a range of where the city could draw from those fees. Currently, there aren't any necessarily new projects that I'm aware of, adding to some of those fees.
That was going to lead into my next question. So what if we don't collect all, we don't have these fees, and are we still obligated to make these payments going forward to 2042? If
I will pass it on, but yes, we're still obligated to repay anything above their fair share portion. And Ashley, would you like to add anything?
I was going to defer to this city attorney per the reimbursement agreement, but Ariel is correct. The city is obligated to pay. We have 2 agreements that are pretty well set in stone. We will be making $20,000 payments annually until our fair share cost has been paid back.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels.
Thank you. It's just shades of being on the planning commission again. I'm gonna have nightmares tonight. Um, that was a lot. To start with, we've inherited this project that's been kind of kicked down the road for about 10 years now. And not solely because of the issues with San Juan, but we had a pandemic that kind of threw a monkey wrench in it, and we had Caltrans, very confused Caltrans, not getting back to us and the applicants in a timely manner. Matter of fact, I think this project was kind of lost for a while until a high-level supervisor found it, for the turn lane. So this project was originally approved in 2014 by the Planning Commission. The original agreement, correct me if I'm just going to kind of timeline this. The original agreement was approved 2015.
Correct.
Okay. We had there was an original design of the building. The project changed hands. It's sold.
Correct.
And then the new buyer wanted to change the architecture of the building. So that didn't happen because we wanted to steadfast with the original plans. And then 2024, the second agreement was signed.
Let me correct you. The second agreement was signed in 2022. Their permit entitlement had lapsed. It had expired. They have to do work within a year. And so that is why you see an updated project in 2024 that was then approved, is because their previous 2022 entitlement had since expired.
Okay. And then in that, and then afterwards, I'm not sure how long ago it was, but because their permit was expiring, we gave them the grading permit, and then that was able to buy more time on the original permit. Is that?
That is correct.
Okay. That's good. I'm glad we helped out there. Like I said the thing about the Caltrans. I had one question. When I was on the planning commission, this was a long time ago, but one of the stipulations with that business is it could not open for business until the turn lane was complete. Is that language still in there?
There are certain conditions that require that the certificate of occupancy cannot be issued until the finish of the construction of the right turn lane. So that is correct.
Okay, well, that's good. I'm glad that didn't get lost. I get the want for safety procedures and things like that, especially on the Alameda. And, for some of us have been here a long time, we've seen some pretty horrific vehicle accidents there and people getting hit by cars. Unfortunately, Caltrans doesn't sound like they have a concern about its safety.
Yeah, so what had come up from Planning Commission was this idea of a lighted crosswalk. Lighted crosswalks can't be at signalized intersections. However, there are other safety measures that Caltrans implements, such as no turn on right, or on red, sorry, the high visibility crosswalk used alternatively. So I those will be looked at as we finish the design. But ultimately, Caltrans is going to look at all the safety requirements, and they're going to ultimately approve the final design. So I'm not sure which of those elements would be included. Additionally, one was just longer wait times for the light signal for crossing.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't at this time tell you which ones Caltrans are going to implement in the final
No,
design. Just those are ones that they use.
Yeah, I understand that. I got to work with Caltrans for 3 years when I was on COG, and it takes time with them. And there's going to be studies and
But
Yeah.
ultimately, safety is their priority in all their design.
people will probably argue with you against with the roundabouts, but um, yeah, I mean, the way I look at it is these agreements have been finalized. I mean, they've been signed, and I don't know why it went back to tell you the truth, when they were already approved. I don't know why it went back to the planning commission again. That part kind of confused me, but yeah, I would really like to see this project get finished, because it's been quite some time, and that would be the last of cleaning up a few projects. So thank you for the in-depth study. Like I said, this is like being on the planning commission again. Snikes. Okay, thank you.
Mayor Jordan.
Hi, thank you. And I appreciate coming in on this on Zoom. I get to spend some time with my brand new granddaughter, so super excited for me. Ariel and the planning department, what an amazing job you have done compiling this whole entire hodgepodge into one document. In the short amount of time that you have been here, you have reviewed every piece of this over and over again. I appreciate the minor changes that you talked about at the very end. This is what a feat. And I'd also like to thank staff for Ashley for keeping this project moving. It's because of our city staff now that the project is moving forward again with the grading permit issuance, because the permit was once again going to lapse. So I appreciate everything that the city has done to move this project forward. Ashley and I, our city attorney, and and Ariel have had many conversations and very long hours discussing every dotted I and crossed T to make sure this is where we're supposed to be. So thank you very much. I don't have any other additions or questions for this. I think that Ariel summed it up quite nicely. And I appreciate that. Scott, I can't believe that you have had to hear this one more time. But hopefully this is the last time. Thank you.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, I thank the new planning department and the supervisor, Ariel Goodspeed, for moving the project along. I also want to extend thank you for the patience of the owner developer who is online as well. And also city manager, everybody involved in really going through this. It's been a long time coming. There are a lot of hiccups with it. Just want to clarify for the public that these development agreements were set in stone way before any of us were sitting here on the dais. We are obligated to follow through on the DA or the development agreement. It may not be the most preferential one for us in the long run when we look at the costs have increased now for the construction of the right turn lane. The stipulation of how we will now incur, it looks like, the majority of the cost, but also gratitude and graciousness for the developer to front this at the front end, acknowledge that. But everything costs. Nothing is free in this world. And some agreements were made with other people that are no longer sitting in our city hall that whether or not we agree with those developments, I tend to think that it was a giveaway. That's my personal opinion. But we are here and we need to move this project along. And forever in the future, we will not be in this position again, even if I'm not on the dais, if I'm in the audience. I hope that we will all take that into account for any future developments. So I think congratulations to the hard work. Let's get it built. And as far as what Councilmember Farrell said about Caltrans, I now sit on COG. I did bring up the flashing cross light. Now I understand that that's prohibitive because it could be confusing, but I'm going to do my best the time that I'm on COG to try to convince Caltrans that they need to limit and lower the speed, probably further up the road, because when people hit that turn and come downhill, they are just flying to the stoplight. And that is, a huge accident waiting to happen. And now with more foot traffic, because we'll have a new business with new items and a gas station to venture over to with foot traffic, we need to really be cognizant of increased safety. So we'll have to work around what Caltrans said we can't do. I can say high visibility striping, high visibility paint for the crosswalk itself, maintaining that might be a lot less costly because that would be something that we would have to maintain. I think that is true, correct, City Manager?
It would be Caltrans. It's a Caltrans responsibility, so we'd have to work with them.
Okay, okay. So there are a lot of things that we can do to mitigate and make it safer, but I really think that being on COG, I'm really gonna keep pushing that button and speaking to it. And yes, thank you for all the hard work and looking forward to having this opened. But one ask that I would ask for the owner, I believe he's online, Dr. Dalla, is if you would reconsider maybe a larger kiosk for the city of San Juan. I think a foot by foot is it like maybe a sheet of paper? I'm thinking if we could maybe talk to you and reconsider. I'm not talking about a whole wall or a kiosk, but something a little bit more substantial, if you wouldn't mind working with us. Thank you.
Through the chair, I just want to, it's not, that isn't currently in the DA at all, any visitor center. So if that is a wish for city council tonight, they would need to include that into their motion.
I get to say it's my turn.
Great.
I always get jealous when she says that. The mayor always gets to go last, and she gloats that it's her turn. So now it's my turn. We are a city of volunteers. We have a volunteer council. We have a volunteer planning commission, and people are from lots of different and diverse backgrounds. And I think that is a strength and a goodness of ours. In the past, I think we have lacked the professional side of folks who are able to come in and put a guiding hand on our volunteer energy. And so that's all I see here when you're doing this presentation. It's all I've seen from Ashley's leadership and Roy's. And so first and foremost, an acknowledgement of that, right? Like, we got a lot of great ideas. And I love that you're just like, that's a great idea, but here's this reason we can't do this thing, right? Having that is great. Knowing where our jurisdiction ends, where Caltrans begins is great. Also pointing out, hey, you guys had this idea. They're already doing that. Like, so I think that's great. I think that's what our planning commission has needed for a while, and you being here is like a final key piece of that. The council's been getting that from Ashley and folks, but I think the planning commission needed that as well. And I think your experience in this department really shines through with, the litany of asks, and then here's the recommendation, and not only the recommendation, but the why to the recommendation. So I appreciate that. The one question that I had that I think kind of gets buried in this is there was the 15 agreement, there was the 22 agreement with the new fair share costs. And then I think I heard you made a statement, hey, when this is finally constructed, like current present day construction costs will be, there will be another amendment to that fair share costs, or is it locked at the 2022 rate?
It's actually within the 2022. It acknowledges that, the final construction costs, may be modified, and then it stipulates like if it increases, I think above 20%, then it has these specific requirements. It's exhibit F
or G?
Z. I just wanted to point out
It's
it's
included.
included. I want to make sure that people understood that, like, hey, we're not locked into some, like, if we took a hockey stick in a year, right? Like, that the city's not going to be, yes, it's increased, but it's a increase for everybody involved, not just oh, shucks, we made a bad deal and didn't know that, instead of a 2x4 costing $80 or whatever the heck it is now, it's 800. We're all sharing in that cost.
Yeah, so exactly. So the estimate in 2022 was like a 800,000 number. Let's just say it goes up to $1 million, and before their fair share was 400,000, as the full cost increase, that fair share would, ultimately increase. I can't tell you what those exact numbers are because we'd have to, look.
Everybody's got a crystal ball.
Yeah, but their fair share proportional to the full cost of the right turn lane.
And so that fair share, it looks like it, from the numbers that you've been quoting, it's essentially 50% liability on the city and 50% with the developer.
Yeah, it was like a little bit less than that. It was like 40-something%.
Okay. Appreciate that. I don't think I have any other questions on this. I guess at this point we open up public hearing. Ashley's itching. Her hands wants to go up. Hold on just a second. I want to let them finish deliberating. Is he speaking as part of the presentation or as part of the public hearing? Okay. Dr. Dalla?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you everyone for giving us a chance to speak. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, all the council members and the planning. But tonight, it's a historic time because this project started in 2014 and right now we are in 2025. It took us 11 years, not us, but the previous developer. We took the land 3 years back. So thank you for everyone's support, but I can't mention enough. Like, we have been working on this project for almost 2.5, 3 years. What Ariel and Ashley brought to the city as a staff is totally commendable. They did perfectly each and everything because there were so many puzzles that were going around. People were confused. Planning Commission was confused. What is happening? They were thinking, like, as the council member said, right? We don't even know why we even went to planning, right? Because this was an approved project. But ultimately, we are going to be a part of San Juan Bautista community. And being myself as a dentist, as a doctor, and a developer, and Herman is my partner. So our intentions are to give back to the city. Yes, city has given us so much, right? But imagine the sales tax revenue. Imagine how we can help. And as the city council member said, that would you consider a bigger kiosk? Of course, ma'am, we would, right? So I'm totally fine if you can have like small wall, like 4 feet by 8 feet kind of thing, where we have all the brochures and everything. We can decorate it like a visitor center. Every Christmas, we can put like lights and put some historic, like not like on our expense, we will build it. But then if city helps us decorate kind of thing when the things come. And we are more than happy to give the history to the visitors who will be coming. So we want to be the part of the community and not be just a business owner who are running a, trashy gas station. Like, as even the planning commission, they helped us. Dan DeVries, he helped us bring a new idea, like an old mill barn style kind of thing. We never thought about it. That was really good thing, right? I didn't spoke to John Griffin as a city attorney, but we raised our concerns that we want to keep our identity as being the Alameda, right? And keeping, the things as we can. And honestly, we are very excited to bring this, but I want to clear one quick thing because I'm on the record right now. Our agreement calls for right turn lane is already in the process. We are very ahead of our game, right? We have spent almost $300,000 in engineering, and I think we're going to have approved permits ready to pull in 6 months. So we want to complete that because it helps us and the city. But there is one thing that I want to say it that right turn lane construction has nothing to do with C-store opening and a gas station operations. C-store and the gas station can open. It is in our written agreement. And only thing that is we cannot open any restaurant until the right turn lane is completed. So I just want to make sure that I'm, clear, which we agree. We want to bring a nice concept for the restaurant, but we are putting close to $9.5 million into this construction, and we build it. And let's say by Caltrans, right turn lane goes delayed 5 months, me and Herman gonna get bankrupt. So just want to clear that, but I'm really, really thankful, and Merry Christmas, everyone. Happy New Year. And I can't emphasize enough what Ariel and Ashley has brought to the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. So now we'll open public hearing.
Michael Ponce, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mike Ponce, 803 First Street. My biggest concern is the right hand turn lane. And I'm going to reference to the First Amendment to the reimbursement agreement, October 18, 2022. As far as I can figure, it says the right turn lane is going to cost $830,000. The fair share portion of the developer is going to be anywhere from 389,000 to 400 plus that was mentioned. So like Councilman Sebastian said, it's about 50% cost to the city. Is that normal that the city builds a right hand turn lane for a project to be able to be developed? I don't know. Is that normal? I don't know. It doesn't seem normal to me that we have to pay $400,000 for a project to be developed, and we have to reimburse that 400,000 fair share to him. Another concern of mine is how we pay that back. I know it's about 20,000 a year, but if I read it correctly, it says that it's going to come from traffic impact fees, sales tax. If we're not going to have a whole lot of development, how are we going to generate $20,000 in traffic impact fees, sales tax? And it states that the city can pay that $20,000 any way they want to. Doesn't have to come from traffic impact fees, sales tax. It can come from the general fund if they want to, as far as I read. And the thing about the sales tax, I think the project's good because it will generate sales tax, but we can get to the point where we're at a wash. We have to use the sales tax that the gas station brings in to pay that fair share portion of the project, the $20,000 a year. So that's a big concern of mine is why is the city paying $400,000 to build a right turn lane for a development? And then how are we going to pay for that? Especially if we have to draw from our general fund, which states that the city can use other refund sources at the city's discretion. It's a little concerning to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Hi, guys. I just wanted to touch upon an important thing to me, I think to all of us, and that is the visitor center. Scott can remember that was one of the main selling points of this project when Roger was pitching it originally, and the applicant's uncle, I guess, Dad Wall. At any rate, right now, tonight, there is no visitor center provided for in that development agreement at all. what's also true is Dr. Dalla has just suggested some ideas for one, which I think are terrific. And thank you, Doctor, if you can see me for suggesting those. But we can't figure that out or design it at all tonight. So what I would suggest is that if there's a motion to approve this development agreement as worded, that it include a direction to staff to create an amendment to, or just an addition to the document very slightly that would say something along the lines of applicant to work with the ad hoc committee, which will be a planning commission ad hoc committee to discuss the details of the visitor center, something like that. Just like there's some reference in the DA to this visitor center that I think would really benefit our town to pull some motorists off of 156 and into our 3rd Street and the Mission and so forth. So please don't overlook the lack of any reference to the visitor center in the DA. I think there should be some. I think it's something we can work out downstream in working with the applicant. Thanks.
No other speaker cards received and no hands raised on Zoom. Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
Okay, with that, we will close the public comment and then do another round, final round of council member comments. Councilmember Aranda.
Again, I didn't get to say thank you to staff for putting this presentation together and moving this project forward. I know how important it is. I also as well want to see this project move forward. It is something that I think the city really needs and will drive revenue for it. So with that being said, I am in favor, if Dr. Dalla just mentioned, working with the city to put on some kind of welcome center, I would love to see if we can make a motion or add something where they could work.
My apologies, it was just brought to my attention. But the mitigation measures that were originally approved for the project, there's mitigation measure number 40, and it does reference that there be some sort of visitor center and that it, be the details of it to be discussed with the applicant. Let me get to that resolution. I can read it for you.
Perfect.
It is, yes, and the applicant shall construct an information kiosk center promoting San Juan Bautista and its goods and services at the front convenience center. Size and location shall be determined by the applicant. So it's in the mitigation measure, and so as a requirement.
Okay, well then
Sorry.
I'm okay with moving it forward. I look forward to seeing this project.
And you can include that the ad hoc work with the applicant to finalize that design.
Right. That's all I have. Thank you, staff, for all your time and energy.
Councilmember Friels.
Yeah, I also want to thank you for putting this puzzle together. The chronological order, that was one of the things we talked about. It'd be nice to see, and it's made some clarity to it. But, it's like, I'm ready for this to end. I want to see, concrete being poured and, gas pumps being put in, and then I can argue once again that we should be getting more Measure G money than the county since we have more gas pumps. But I'll get off that soapbox. But yeah, I'd like to move forward, and thank you again for putting all this stuff together. We appreciate it.
Mayor Jordan.
I'm good, thank you.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, one more time, thank you to everybody. Thank you to the Planning Commission, to staff, to the developer owner, to our new planning director for putting this together. Yes, it needs to move along. I just want to clarify for some of the comments I heard tonight, and this is in all respect, is that we were dealt with this situation. It's not typical that you give as a city this much away. I'm not in agreement with it, but it is a contract. We have to honor it. And to answer anyone's questions, this is something that we were handed and we must honor it. Otherwise, there are other issues that could happen. We don't want to do that. We want this to move along. And like I said, all future developments have to go a different way. And I guess gasoline tax, maybe we'll get some funding that way from this gas station. If there is a restaurant in there or something else, there's another sales tax there. The doctor was describing what he thought of like a wall, but like I said, that's between the ad hoc and discussing with him. So that would draw more people into our town, even just stopping there. So I think there's a lot of trying to find and look ahead in a positive manner. But like I said, we were handed this development agreement with all the stipulations around how much we pay for the turnout lane. It's not on our shoulders here. And we just have to move forward with that. It is what it is.
Okay. It's my turn. I'm not gonna stop doing that till.
Yeah, how about it?
So my AI internet snooping. So typically cities do pay for street construction, even for new projects. I couldn't get a mix on a number, but it is typical, and typically that's paid out of wherever folks can get it, whether it's TOT tax, sales taxes, impact fees, things like that. But the cities do typically foot these bills. Now, in terms of, there was a lot of headway done between the 2015 and the 2022. And I think the stipulations in the 2022, like I was asking in the last round, really make me feel pretty good about this. Is that needle slides based on whatever. And as long as that needle's sliding and we're keeping things like that, I feel less bad. I felt awful when I thought we were being held to the 2015 number with the increased percentages solely lying on the city side of the fence. So that makes me feel better. But I don't have any other comments. And as this was just a public hearing, there is no action to be taken out of this tonight. You lied to me. Okay. Help me.
Do you want to let them know the applicants? Well, I know that.
Died.
With with
I got a new cheat sheet. Okay, so the recommendation is that we consider the adoption of an ordinance approving a development agreement between SJB Alameda Enterprise LLC and the city of San Juan Bautista for the Alameda gas station project. Do we have a?
with my apologies. Including replacing Exhibit D site plans, the additional edits as presented to the ordinance of findings, and as discussed, working with the ad hoc to fulfill mitigation measure 40 for the kiosk.
That's your.
The site plan needs to be replaced because there's an updated version.
Yeah.
And I had presented a couple edits, so that needs to be included into the motion in order to be incorporated. John can probably speak to when a motion's made, you have to include if there's any edits to that in order to make sure it gets incorporated as part of the record.
Okay, I'll have another stab at this. I think I'm having a mix between these two. We are considering the adoption of an ordinance approving the development agreement between SJB Alameda Enterprises LLC and the city of San Bautista for the Alameda gas station project, including the replacement of Exhibit D site plans and additional edits as presented to ordinance and findings. I think that's it.
And if it's the will of the city council to have the applicant work with the planning commission ad hoc to implement mitigation measure 40.
I'm good with that addition.
I move to approve with with negating the last part with the planning commission ad hoc. That can be something down the road that we can work on because our planning commission is going to change shortly.
Yeah. Do we have a second towards that?
I'll second it.
Okay. Can we get a roll call?
Councilmember Aranda,
No.
Councilmember Frios.
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right.
Additionally, we need a motion on the CEQA. My apologies.
Is that item 4, Ariel, on the presentation?
That's correct.
Do we have a proclamation? I mean, do we have a yes?
It's in.
It's in there.
Is it in?
Can you throw that back up on the screen? So that somebody can read that, please?
I've got it in front of me to read.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. We are also considering the determination of rights granted to the owner under this agreement do not constitute a project under CEQA Public Records Code 2010 or 21065 because the agreement does not propose any physical alteration to the project nor any existing change to the land use policy standards or ordinance of the city, and further determine the agreement is statutorily exempt from the additional CEQA compliance under Public Resources Code 21083.3B, which eliminates duplicative environmental analysis previously conducted during the city's general plan review.
So moved.
Second.
I'll second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Aranda,
Yes.
Councilmember Frios,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
All right. Are we going back up to the sheriff's department or no? All right. Next meeting. Okay. So we're tabling item 6A to the January meeting. Item 8, consent. There are 9 items on the consent agenda. Would any member of the council wish to pull an item for separate vote or discussion? Councilmember Aranda?
No, thank you.
Councilmember
I
Frios?
just want to pull C if I could, please.
Item C is being pulled by Councilmember Frios. Mayor Jordan?
Nothing, thank you.
Councilmember Morris Lopez?
Nothing at this time. Thank you.
All right, and I have nothing. Would any member of the public, either on Zoom or in chambers, wish to pull an item for separate vote or discussion? E? Anyone else? All right, with that said, can I get a motion to approve consent agenda items A, B, D, F, G, H, and I?
So moved. Oh,
Okay. So moved.
Second.
Can I get a roll call?
Councilmember Aranda,
yes.
Councilmember Frios.
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right. Councilmember Friels pulled item C, authorizing street closure for the annual Rotary Mission 10 race on January 31st, 2026.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify the route. Looking at it here. it looks like it's the one that we used in the past. 2nd Street down to Monterey, I guess. Monterey is between 2nd Street. Okay. So it looks like it's the one you used in the past. I just wanted to clarify that for everybody, because if you're looking at the map, this map is terrible. And this is, you know, our staff shouldn't have to, you know, use a magnifying glass and decipher where these maps are, you know, or these things. So I just wanted to point that out, but it looks like the route is the normal route, and what they do outside of the city limits is up to them. But thank you for that. I just wanted to point out that when these things come to us, I think that folks should be a little more professional on that. Thanks.
Councilmember Aranda.
No comment. No questions. Thank you.
Mayor Jordan.
Nothing, thank you.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
No, thank you.
It's my turn again, but I got nothing. All right. Should we?
I'll make a motion to approve consent agenda item C.
So moved.
Motion by Mayor Jordan, seconded by
hand raised.
So for consent, usually when you pull an item, the only person that pulls the item is the one that speaks and doesn't go around for discussion. And the same as the public has can request an item to be pulled, and they're the only ones that would come up and make their comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You guys get me in trouble. So we had a motion by Mayor Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Aranda.
Councilmember Aranda?
Yes.
Councilmember Fields?
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right. Item E, authorizing the city manager to sign and file a financial assistance application with the State Water Resources Control Board for the city's water transmission pipeline design project.
Am I up against the timeline?
Yes. You thought you were going to catch me slipping.
I've never done this, so near to me. No, the only reason I asked to pull that, I know that we're looking for money to pay for our pipeline. I don't think I seen anything on the amount that we're asking for. So I was just curious, what is the amount that we're asking for in this financial assistance? And also one thing I want to mention too, every time I come up here with
Is this
requests for public,
is this related to the item?
Yes.
Okay.
there's a portion on the bottom of that speaker card that says, would I like to be contacted by staff? I'm contacted every once in a while. So by checking that, am I obligated to be contacted by staff?
That's not directly related to this item.
Yes, it is, because I'm asking about this item, so I want.
So are you acting if you're asking if you're going to be contacted specifically about this item, not
Yeah.
the general? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. That we are on to.
We need a motion.
We need a motion.
Can I make a motion to authorize the city manager to sign and file a financial assistance application with the State Water Resources Control Board for the city's water transmission pipeline design project?
Second.
Motion made by Mayor Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Friels.
Councilmember Aranda?
Yes.
Councilmember Fields?
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right. Item 9, action items, replacement of fire engine 14. Replacement of fire engine 14. We have the man himself here to talk to us about placing fire engine 14.
Got somebody.
Does it fly? Does it fly?
It does not fly.
Oh, man.
All right, I was told, oh, good evening. Jonathan Golding, San Juan Bautista Fire Chief.
Hello.
Mayor Jordan, I hope you heard that.
I did. Thank you. Hi, welcome.
I was told that after last month when I presented to you guys, I hadn't done a PowerPoint, and so tonight I brought a PowerPoint. All right, we can go to the next slide. I know it's been a long night, but I know one of the concerns last time was making sure that we vetted all the options, so bear with me for a little bit. So this is a brief recap on Engine 14. Engine 14 is a 2005 Pierce contender, making it over 20 years old. It is owned by San Juan Bautista and operates as the primary fire engine responding out of this fire station. Out of time. Thank you, guys. In the past 2 years, it's been out of service approximately 25% of the time. Even today, it's in service, but it's still pending repairs. The only reason why it's in service right now is both of our reserve engines and one of our other frontline engines are out of service. We have the state OES operating as a first out, and this is the closest to being fully in service of the engines that we have right now, which is why it's in service, but it still has more work that needs to be done to be fully back in service. We can go to the next slide. So why are we discussing this? Our first concern is that according to Appendix D of 1901, NFPA 1901, apparatus are to be assessed for reserve status by year 15. It's pretty common that by year 10, they go to a reserve status. And then it also recommends by year 20 to 25, they are fully retired from service from that reserve status. These timeframes are obviously dependent upon usage and condition of the vehicle. Engine 14 is still a frontline apparatus at 21 years, almost 21 years. And the lead time for a new fire engine is between 2.5 to 4 years. Apparatus, like all vehicles, have an increasing reliability issue as they get older. And then adding to that, since Engine 14 is a Pierce, that means it has proprietary parts, which make them more expensive and more difficult to come by, which generally extends the repair time. We can go to the next one. So as we consider purchasing a new fire engine, historically, we're used to seeing 3 to 5% increase in costs. However, since 2018, essentially since COVID hit, we've been seeing closer to 10% rise in costs on an annual basis. This means that every year that we delay, the cost goes up substantially. If you order before the end of the year and ordering was just committing to that, then there's multiple discounts that would be available to you on a Rosenbauer fire engine. We'll go to the next one, Liz. All right, so option A would be to purchase a new Type 1 engine from Rosenbauer. So that image that's on the right-hand side there, that would be the spec to your fire engine if you so chose to move forward with that engine. We spec that out. Those are the spec drawings for the engine. This will help align us with NFPA recommendations and improve reliability and reduce the downtime. It will have a warranty on the engine for repairs, and it'll help and it'll have financing options available to you that'll help with budgeting for this item. I already stated that you'd benefit from getting some purchasing discounts, but it'll also ensure continuity within our fleet. This is helpful, as we discussed last time, because we can stock more parts. The parts are more readily available, even if we're not stocking them, because it's not Pierce proprietary parts. And then, as we discussed last time, we see what goes out in the components of our older rigs, and then we can prepare for that in the maintenance on the newer rigs as they go along. Next one. All right. Option B, and as it says, that's to purchase a used apparatus, which is not recommended. You would, if you purchased a used apparatus, you would experience a quicker replacement time, and it would be cheaper. But you wouldn't have the warranty. You're likely going to have fewer financing options, and depending on what was purchased, you may have fewer or more antiquated safety features. We'll go to the next one. And as promised, there's some options. I did give you guys some additional options in your packet, but I picked a few up here for you guys to take a look at. Again, I don't know if they're going to be available, and I don't know the full specs on these, but you could see on there's 3 options. If you look, 2 of them are past that 10 to 15 year mark anyways. But The one on the left, it's a $500,000 and it's almost the same age as engine 14. The one on the far right is $400,000 and it's a 2010. Based upon the prices that you see here, they probably have had some sort of refurbishment, which is what's garnering the price. But again, they're past that 10 to 15-year lifespan that you would be looking for as a frontline apparatus. So I'm going to focus on that middle one there. That's a 2019 for $649,000, which based upon inflation that we were talking about, that's probably what it cost when it was brand new in 2019. And now they're asking for the same amount of money now. Obviously, we don't know the reliability of the engine or if it has the same capability of our apparatus. And since it's already 6 years old, you've already lost that 6 years of reliability and frontline service for that one. So that'll increase the chances of catastrophic failure, reduce the availability of parts, because as they get older, it gets harder to come by the parts. And again, it would be inconsistent with our current fleet that we have. But I chose these three based upon two factors. One was the pump size and one was the tank size, because when I pulled up the used apparatus, there are certain requirements that we would need. But if you were truly going to go down the road of a used fire apparatus, we'd have to dig into a lot more of the specs. But just to be able to bring you guys a sampling, that's why I chose these ones. We're based solely on the pump size and on the tank size. The next one. So in addition to mechanical concern, other risks associated with purchasing the used fire engine include operational concerns due to potential downtimes. As we talked about, as they get older, they get less reliable, and the configuration of the apparatus. Our guys are trained on the apparatus. When you have an apparatus that has got a different configuration, stuff is in different compartments, hose loads may be different. So the efficiency of the operations are different if you bring in a different style apparatus. Add to that, the pump may operate differently. So those things are all of a concern from an operational standpoint. So despite being a quicker and less expensive option, the potential for ongoing costs, downtime, and sooner replacement make this a risky option. Next one. All right. So with that, I recommend the city council adopt a resolution to authorize the city manager to proceed with the procurement of a new Type 1 Rosenbauer fire engine and negotiate financing terms. Staff can return to the council for final approval with the financing agreement. So since we're talking about financing, let's go to the next one. So let's talk about the implications. So the engine, based upon our specification, is $1,128,134. Because Hollister Fire is already a Rosenbauer, we already use Rosenbauer fire engines, it initially qualifies for that $15,000 customer loyalty discount. And then since the last time I came here, the city of Hollister has approved to purchase one of these. So if you guys agree to purchase it before the end of the year, it also qualifies for an additional multi-apparatus purchasing discount of $25,674. And then ultimately, if you work out the financing and you make the payment within the first 15 days of delivery of the chassis to the manufacturer, then it qualifies for another $19,192 chassis discount. So that makes the price without the chassis discount is $1,087,460, and then with the chassis prepayment, it's $1,068,268. Last slide. So the recommended motion, and hopefully they'll leave it up there if you guys choose to do this, would be to adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to initiate the purchase of a Type 1 Rosenbauer fire engine and negotiate the associated financing terms, with the final financing terms to be returned to the city council for formal approval. So understanding, because this is a 2.5-year process and financing options change over the course of time, you don't have to have the financing in place to order this. You can negotiate that. We talked a little bit about it. I put in the packet last time. I believe it's in there this time. Some of the options that are out there, those were the things that were available to the city of Hollister. City of Hollister is in a different financial position than you guys are based upon our reporting of our CAFRS report, so it's limited. I know there is a financial advisor that the city of San Juan Bautista is working on that can help you with that. So the financing component, that can get worked out later. The truck that we're taking delivery on in Hollister that was ordered years ago, we just locked down the financing in May of last year. So you have time to work on that and find options. There's different options, 7-10 year options that the city manager can bring back to you. But locking that in is what the pricing, that's how you get that pricing. With that, I'll answer any questions that you have.
All right, thank you. We'll proceed with council member questions. Councilmember Aranda.
Thank you for the report. Thank you for coming back with the pros and cons. Versus a used truck and a new one. I'm definitely in favor of a new one. San Juan actually needs one, 21 years, and our truck is still not fully functional. Terrifies me because if we have a fire or something that happens, we only have really one truck in this area that can handle things. And that also includes all the people that live in the canyon as well. So thank you again. Great report. I'm definitely in favor of getting a new vehicle. I want to call it a Rumbauer, but I know it's
Councilmember Friels.
No, I'm also in favor. Engine trucks have the big ladders and the thing. So sorry. Sorry, it gets me crazy when someone calls them fire. That fire truck.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. We definitely couldn't afford a truck. Something also that's come to light just recently, we've talked to the chief. There's only a handful of fire engine manufacturers left now. One big conglomerate kind of gobbled up a bunch of little ones. So a lot of those used ones he showed, those companies don't even exist. I don't E1's done. They got gobbled up.
They're gobbled up. I believe the only pure manufacturers, if I recall, are Pierce, Rosenbauer, and then the last one is a conglomerate of all the others.
All the other ones.
Up. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm getting thin pickings out there, but yes, I'm in favor. Let's get this moving forward. Great information about the financing. That gives us time to collect aluminum cans. Thanks.
Mayor Jordan.
Thanks. Hey, Chief, thanks for this. I was going to say, well done on the presentation. You showed the San Juan Bautista apparatus the whole entire time until the very end, and you put the Hollister engine in there. Nice job on the presentation, though. Thank you. I appreciate that. So we're locked in for the 2.5-year price. It's going to take 900 months, 900 days. It's late here. 900 days for this to be built. So we're locked in at that price once we sign on the dotted line, correct?
Yeah. Once you order it, well, first let me address the reason why the Hollister engine's on there is as a sample of what you'd be getting, because that's an actual picture of it. But I was clear to put San Juan Bautista everywhere else.
You did good.
But the price, yeah, once you lock in the price, unless there are, just like anything else, if there's change orders or anything like that, it may slightly adjust the price one way or the other. But generally speaking, yeah, you lock in the price now, and then 2.5 years from now, that's still what the price is.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And I am for sure don't want to buy into somebody else's problem. So buying new is good. For coverage for the city of San Juan Bautista, if our apparatus goes down again, what will be here?
Well, we're hoping to get one of our engines, one of our frontline engines, hopefully get it back. We have a bunch of stuff in the queue where we are waiting on parts on some of those. So the hope would be to get reserve apparatus back. What would specifically happen if your engine goes down? We would have to work those details out. However, as it sits right now, since it is in its separate little area, we would probably try and shift around Type 1 engines and figure out what we do. Possibly at Station 3's area. I can't speak to that because it's always a moving chart because the apparatus are coming in and out of service all the time. But we would make sure that the city manager is aware of anything that's going on if we do have a decrease in the number of Type 1 engines we have available.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that San Juan is always protected with a Type 1 engine. Thanks. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Port. So what would be the deposit you're saying if we go ahead and decide to go forward on the chassis and then all those other discounts would kick in immediately?
So I'd have to look at specifically what it is. I don't want to give you
Yeah,
wrong, but
it's a guesstimate.
it's probably a couple 100,000. However, I will tell you, depending on how you do the financing, a lot of times
Mm.
there's something to be worked out for that part as well. So take the tiller truck that Hollister's ordered. We have money for the tiller deposit,
Mm-hmm.
for the chassis deposit. However, the financing that we did already paid that to the manufacturer and we got that discount, but the city of Hollister hasn't paid it yet because we don't pay the financing company with the loan that we did. We don't pay the financing company until such time as we take delivery of the vehicle.
Mhm.
So what's kind of funny is I'm going to start making payments on that apparatus before I ever pay for the prepayment, if you will. But some of that will come down to the financing, but it will be for example, for our tiller truck, which was much more expensive. It was, and a much larger chassis. Our payment was 550,000 down payment. But I want to say this is closer to the $200,000. And then how you work that out, that would be worked out with the city manager and that would come back to you guys on how you do that.
Okay.
But all the other discounts, they would apply immediately, and then that 19,000, I
Mhm.
think 192, would be if you meet that term at that time.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
It's my turn again. Can we sell ours for parts? How many aluminum cans does that equal?
It's gonna all depend on what shape it's in 2.5 years when we get the new one.
I'm gonna let you write the eBay notice. Handle that.
If you noticed, and that's the unfortunate thing, if you noticed what in the samples that I gave you guys, a lot of those engines are worth only $8,000. That's why I said these ones probably were refurbished. A lot of them are only $8,000 to $10,000.
Yep.
But that's what we actually do, because I know that's come up. What we actually do with engine 14 when it's all said and done, we'll have to evaluate what shape it's in at that time. And then, so what we've done with some of the county's apparatus, when we decommissioned those, we gave back to the county. It was the county's decision whether they sold them or not. Not my recommendation for you guys would be, depending on the shape it's in, is to sell it. But that's going to depend on what you're going to get your return on investment for it.
So you're not volunteering to write the eBay.
I will tell you, I have watched fire engines go to scrap yards for pennies.
Yep.
So we'll address that in 2.5 years when you get your new one.
Understood. Yeah, I'm in favor of this and hoping that maybe when we go look at financing, the county can help with some financing too. Seeing how we can't get what you don't ask for, but do we have any public comments?
Yeah, on the new engines, they have warranty, and on the new engines there is a warranty, and the warranty center is Burton's in Modesto, so it's relatively close. It's not super close to us here, but there's from all over the state. They're driving to Modesto, so for us it's pretty close. Yeah.
Public comments?
Just one simple, Michael Ponce, 803 First Street. Just one simple question. Did we budget for this? Do we have the money? Thanks.
Any others in the building?
Thanks. So just a quick question, anyone on chat, just a quick question about the financing. I know there's a number of 1 million, but when we look at the actual interest over the period of time, what's the actual cost of the item? So that was just my quick clarification, because the number is on state contracts, we pay them out and it takes time, but this is going to be an interest. So what is that interest? And what's typically the interest on these types of loans? And so what's the final cost? All right, thank you.
No other speaker cards received, but we do have a hand raised. Elise, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great. This is Elise Brentnell, 13 Donner Street, San Juan. I too have a huge concern over the cost of the new engine. I understand that it's very important to have reliable equipment on hand, and I also understand the chief's desire to have the same equipment from a maintenance and a training perspective. I'm just very, very concerned about all of the other expenses that we have coming our way. How are we going to be able to afford this? My second point is that it's going to take 2.5 years to get this. That's a fair distance down the road and well into our contract with the city of Hollister. To the city council in the future, if we decide not to stick with the city of Hollister for a fire in the future, are we then going to buy a new engine for somebody else? Let's say if we go with Cal Fire or someone else. That's my second point. And my third is with the 2.5 years that we have to wait for this new one, would it make more sense for us to potentially look for a newer used vehicle, the same type that the chief would want from a department that rotates their equipment a little more often? I believe he mentioned some rotate their equipment every 2 to 4 years. Is that a possibility for us while we are waiting for the new one, and or can we utilize a newer used engine to help keep costs a little bit lower? Thank you.
And seeing no other hands raised on Zoom, Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
All right, we'll close the public comment section and return to council member comments. Councilmember Aranda.
No further questions or comments. Thank you again for the presentation.
Yeah, just to clarify, the city of San Juan Bautista is purchasing this fire engine. It's our engine. So if for some reason our contract goes away with Hollister, the engine doesn't go away with the contract. It stays right here in this barn. Thanks.
Mayor Jordan.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification, Council Member Friels. And I have nothing further. Thanks, Chief.
It's my turn again.
You go.
One thing I wanted to point out that I think might have gotten lost when people were distracted by your great PowerPoint presentation. But there's a little bit of nuance there. You showed kind of the cream of the crop best of what you found in the used was kind of in that $700,000 range. New's $1 million, and so your delta there is $300K. Even if we were going to try to find a better used thing somewhere in there, you're still paying damn near $1 million, but your financing options on something used shrink greatly, and you don't have a warranty. So if we're already spending, even if our number is $700K, my opinion is that if we're spending $700K, we want a warranty and we want to get the best thing we can get. Like, it doesn't seem like the juice is not worth the squeeze looking at used things in my mind, unless we knew that those refurbishments came with a warranty. That would change the game, but it sounds like not.
That's going to depend on who refurbished it, what they bring, and it's not going to be the same as a new manufacturer's warranty.
Yep, understood. And so I wanted to make sure we stated that so members of the public kind of understood the horse trading, so to speak, that is being done and on the recommendation. Can we get that slide back? There's no way. It's not on my cheat sheet.
I put it on there specifically to try and make it easy for you guys.
Yep.
It's right underneath Mayor Jordan.
Recommended motion.
You could have clip arted there
I
and put
was gonna
a
say, I could have photoshopped it, made it look like for the
Demir.
record, I did clip out
Mine-
the Hollister sign
mine
that
was
was
fine.
behind it.
Minus.
For the record.
All right. Per recommended action, can I? Oh, you did that on purpose. You waited on purpose.
No, because you were talking.
Baited me.
I was waiting.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Make you make the motion. Recommended motion is that can I get a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to initiate the purchase of one Type 1 Rosenbauer fire engine and negotiate the associated financing terms with final financing terms to be returned to the city council for formal approval.
So moved.
I'll second.
Motion by Councilmember Friels, seconded by Councilmember Aranda.
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Councilmember Aranda, sorry,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia,
Yes.
and Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. What else do we have? We have now action. Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. Back at 8:25. Oh yeah, I get to.
Hey, I like that. First time I heard it.
Mom's not here, so I get to play with all the toys.
Funny.
All right, we are at item 9B, Historic Preservation Ordinance Subcommittee appointment.
Hi, it's me again, Ariel Goodspeed, Planning Manager. In November, thank you, City Council, for initiating the Historic Preservation Ordinance update through the approval of the contract. As part of that, there is a subcommittee that will be formed. And as part of the recommendation from last month, you requested that there be a 3-member subcommittee, also including a member at large. Staff attended the San Juan Bautista Historic Society meeting and asked if there would be a volunteer. They nominated Kara Bonk, and I apologize if I ever say anyone's name incorrectly. So staff has brought that before you to, appoint Kara Bonk as representing the San Juan Bautista Historic Society as the member at large, and in addition to nominate a city council member tonight to the subcommittee, and staff can begin work. Some of the items that they'll be serving on this subcommittee, looking at the historic resources and community preservation priorities, and strengthen the ordinance update process. I can answer questions.
All right, we'll start with council member questions. Councilmember Aranda.
No questions, comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Friels.
Yeah, I've got a few. I'm in favor of this subcommittee. I want to say that right from the beginning. I think that the city council should choose our member at large. I'd like to see a pool of people who would like to be interested in it. And not just from one organization, but from citywide. And also the person who we pick needs to be their primary residence, San Juan Bautista. And I'd also like to see a timeline put on this. We don't need to beat this horse to death too long. I think Rincon's probably has it dialed in already. And it's not going to take much to polish it off. I mean, they gave us a presentation of all the stuff they found was redundant and needed to be cleaned up, and that's going to take them no time at all. So I wouldn't want to see this thing drag on for weeks or for months and months, because sometimes that tends to happen here. Let's just get moving. I mean, some of us own homes that are 40 years old. If you're looking at it now, it's considered a historic building, and absolutely nothing of historic significance has happened in my house, other than it being old. I mean, Mike's is like 900 years old over there. I mean, he's, so like I said, once again, I'd like to see a pool of people who want to volunteer to do this and not just going to one agency. That person has to be a primary resident of San Juan. And I'd like to see a timeline on this. Thank you.
Yep.
I can, Councilmember Friels. So there is an estimated timeline to complete in summer of 2026, bring back the ordinance for adoption. And if you wanted to continue the appointment, I can work with the city clerk to, request, anyone who would want to be on the subcommittee, and then get a pool, and then bring that back next month. Our first meeting, we weren't estimated to do, because we're drafting the ordinance currently, so it was going to need a little bit of time. So our first meeting with the subcommittee was targeted in February per last meeting with Rincon. So we would still have a little time if you needed to continue, so we could get a wider pool.
All right. Mayor Jordan.
I had a couple of comments, but I just lost my screen. So for the timeline, for me, it's more of the council member who we choose can absolutely make all of these meetings because this is a big undertaking, and I want to make sure that everybody can attend, and that we're not holding up the process. Concerning the public member, I have a couple of questions. One is, Ariel, I think you said that the Historical Society chose Caravant as the public member.
Correct. And I believe it was mentioned in November to look at the Historic Society. So that was why staff just followed through with going to their meeting and requesting if there was a volunteer. And so that's how staff got to, that appointments.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm all for that. I think the Historical Society is has the most qualified people, in my opinion, the most qualified people to address this, as they have written a whole lot of documents about San Juan. I like that the Planning Commission chose Commissioner Matarana for this as well.
Yes, that's correct. I brought it to the December 2nd Planning Commission meeting for an appointment of a commissioner.
Yeah, thank you for that. So aside from the city saying, or the city council saying, I want somebody from the city, there is no other stipulation that says this public member needs to be a full-time resident of the city, correct?
It's at the discretion of city council.
Okay, perfect. I noticed that Kara's in the audience. I just want to a question. How long has Kara been on the Historical Society?
Probably since 2000, 25 years.
For those,
I am a member.
Sorry, I can't hear that.
Okay, I've been here since 2000, and just to alleviate.
Can you please just answer her question so we can, you'll get a chance to speak during the public comment section.
Okay,
but
I am a permanent resident here.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry.
I've lived here for 25 years.
And you've been on the Historical Society ever since?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. So I personally don't have a problem with Kara being appointed as the public member. And the Historical Society has faith in her as well to carry out the needs of this document. So I'm okay with that. One other question I had was the cost. Rincon is going to use 15,000. The remain part of what we already part of their current contract.
That is correct, Mayor.
And is that included in the 36,000, or is that on top of the 15?
So the The additional cost for the historic preservation update, I believe it was estimated at about 30,000. They agreed to use 15,000 in their current contract and 15,000 in their contract for the next fiscal year.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. I'm good.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Thank you. I am in agreement. I think we need to move this along. It's for a short period of time. Ms. Vaughn comes with the credentials that we need to work on the historical ordinances. I believe that if we're gonna look at, it's at the discretion of the council. She lives here. If we wanted to say, you know, some people have maybe cabins that they go and stay weeks or months at a time. The appointee from the Planning Commission, I know Mr. Moritana, and we all know he often leaves the country and has a home in Italy. So that can be argued as a point of as well. But I think we pick good people that can move this along. Some things we should open up for public inclusion. This is a very specific task. I think we want to go to people that have the knowledge, and both the appointees from the Planning Commission and the Historical Society, I think, are excellent people to be on the board to move this along.
It's me again. Couple questions. Number one, this is for you, Liz. Is there a requirement that the council appoints all members of or approves all members of ad hocs, or no?
I haven't seen a like written rule that it's a requirement that city council appoints. It's customary, but not, I don't think it's mandatory, or I haven't seen anything written
Okay,
that
cool.
states that.
Thank you. And then I do appreciate what Councilmember Friels was saying as far as it, you know, this is nothing against anybody's qualifications or experience, but we have a professional group of folks that we've hired to help us in this. It would be nice to see a larger group of people come forward and for us to be able to pick through as part of, in my mind, encouraging, you know, more folks to get involved in city process and get involved and get more people excited about our preservation and you know the historic nature of our town. And I did like that you called out a specific schedule, and appreciate Ariel for pointing out that we did have one. But so if things kick off in earnest in February, you said, did you give a month or you just say early summer?
So, it's estimated about June, of 2026, but, you know, give and take, you know, you have to post, you know, the draft and, you know, planning commission meeting and then, city council adoption. So, and depending if there's some extra meetings, that were needed, you know, that's why I said summer, because sometimes schedules, but
4 months seems nice. 6 seems like a little long. Is what I was thinking.
Yeah, there's a few, we're gonna come up with the draft and we should have that complete, by about February. And then we were gonna host a couple, meetings, to go through, specific sections with, the subcommittee. And then, so it's just part of the process. That 6 months is fairly quick. I've seen ordinance, you know, can take a year or two depending. But this is a very, I would say, pretty streamlined. And if we can do, staff understands the importance and diligence of getting this done quickly. So if we can get anything done quicker, that of course is the priority.
Okay, awesome. All right. At this time, I guess we open up for public comment.
I do have one speaker, Carl Vonk. You have 3 minutes.
Withdrew.
Looks like there's one hand raised on Zoom. Hello, Vanda.
Good evening. I would have deferred to Cara being in the audience, but I just have to say that I can't think of very many members of the public who would have as much experience as Cara in terms of historic preservation and the state guidelines. And she has expertise in grant writing and historical preservation laws. I just think in order to expedite the process, I really feel she's eminently qualified. So thank you for that.
All right. With seeing no other hands raised, no other speaker cards, we'll close public comment. And then last round of council member comments, Councilmember Aranda.
Thank you for the presentation. No question.
Councilmember Frios.
Okay, so it sounds like we've been told what planning commissioner is going to be on it and what citizen at large is going to be on it. So I'm not quite sure why it's coming to us. I mean,
It's for, we need a city
decisions are made.
council member.
I'm still speaking, please. I mean, the decisions have been made. So it's interesting. Thank you.
Mayor Jordan.
We still need a city council member to be on this ad hoc committee.
Yeah.
It's your turn now. Yes.
Oh, I have a question. I guess this might be for Ms. Goodspeed. And I know that you don't have maybe just a best guesstimate. What do you envision the day or even the time of these meetings? Because there must be commitment so that we can keep the process going, so that if any of us consider being on the committee, I would like to know, like, what is the time frame, time of the week, time of the meetings that you're looking at?
Staff was going to reach out to the 3 members and coordinate based on their schedules. And so time and date was going to be based on the availability and coordinating between the 3 members. And also to answer, staff brought staff brought a public member consideration, but it's up to the city council how that wants, how you would like that to be. Like I said, we can go out and do a larger an appointment. It was just considered. I've seen as standard procedure that for a planning commission appointee to a subcommittee, it was done at planning commission. If and I hadn't come across anything that changed that requirement, but if it's the will of city council, I can bring that forward moving forward, that all appointments come to city council.
No, I mean, I'm in agreement with what you're doing because we have to expedite this. It's a task. I don't think we need to protract it for another year. It's, we're trying to get these ordinances so that they're more doable with people that do have, historic homes, clean up the language, I'm very comfortable and confident. I only added that comment about residency and people leaving town or having other homes, just in all fairness to the recommended appointee from the Historical Society, Ms. Vonk, because like I said, Planning Commissioner Moritano does leave the country and have a home out of the country. So I think that's a moot point. I think both of them are very well versed in preservation. They both have lived here very many years. They're showing the initiative and motivation to be part of this process. And I feel like we put it to the community at large at this time. It's just gonna take much longer. And there's many years of expertise that Ms. Vonk has that we cannot, I don't envision anyone currently, and I don't think you did anything out of order. You were tasked with that and you came back with a product and an answer. So please don't apologize. Okay. And I just wanted to bring up the meeting time and possible days because the majority of us are not retired. The three of us sitting here and also the mayor, we all work. So for any of us to be considering, like, it would be nice to have kind of an idea.
Staff is completely willing to work, evenings and what works, best, and we will coordinate with Rincon, to schedule that accordingly, and they are able, to meet those scheduling needs. Staff anticipated that they would be evenings most likely because most
Okay.
everyone
Right.
is a volunteer,
Right.
and so that's not a problem. But there may be vacations or different things. So we were
Sure.
gonna just talk with whoever got appointed
And would
figure out the best.
Rincon, would they zoom in? Because they're out of the area. So they would
Yeah.
zoom in. I envision that the group here locally would have our documents or the documents, whoever is on the committee. And we would be here working in this facility and they would be on Zoom with guiding us. Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
It's my turn again. I wanted to second part of Councilmember Morris Lopez's. I only ask clarifying questions, and quite often I'll ask a question just to make sure that as I'm asking it, the person who has the answers can understand my train of thought while I'm asking it. So questioning you, not judging you. I still feel pretty strongly about I same thing, Liz. I couldn't remember. I know we've made a lot of ad hocs and they usually come here. I couldn't remember if that was because it was customary or because it was required. I didn't remember. I knew you'd know.
I haven't seen anything in written form saying it's mandatory, but it is customary to have be brought to the city council for approval.
Okay. Yeah. And I think my ask is still that for the member at large, the city council see some applications and we can time box my request would be we time box our decision-making time and come back in January, a month ahead of time, or to be able to hear folks and hear applications and make a choice then. That's all I have.
If I may,
Yep.
is this not an ad hoc for the planning commission? Does this not fall under the purview of the planning commission?
So this is a subcommittee, so it's a regulated Brown Act committee. Once you have more
Understood.
than 2 members, or 2 different members from different, so just having 1 city council member and 1 planning commissioner, it no longer is considered an ad hoc, and so you're required to follow committee requirements under the Brown Act. And when we, if the motion is to continue it to January, staff can include Planning Commission's recommendation of Commissioner Mariani, and have that official appointment be from the city council as well.
So thank you for that clarification between subcommittee and ad hoc. But whose ultimate subcommittee is this? Is this the planning commission? Is this a subcommittee of the planning commission or a subcommittee of the city council?
Mayor, if I might.
Please. Yep.
It is a subcommittee of the city council. And I apologize because this confusion is probably my fault, so I'll take the hit for this. The city clerk and I needed a very concise plan of action on how we were going to move forward. And so my recommendation was for the council to create a subcommittee because it was part of the plan. It's a part of the Rencon's plan to have a small group, was a small committee to work with Rincon. But once the council wanted a member at large, that made it a 3-person process. And so in order to do that, we sort of had to formalize everything if that's not super confusing. And so there's 2 actions. That first action is, the council has to create the committee. And then the second action is we have to have a way to appoint the member at large. The original thought was to have um, you know, someone from council, someone from planning, and an additional member. So
Understood. Thank you for that clarification as well. So in that regard, if it's a subcommittee of the city council, the direction that some city council members are leaning is that they want to choose that they want the council to choose the member at large. If it's a subcommittee of the council, then the council should also choose the planning commission member also, if we're gonna follow that rule of thumb. Whereas the planning commission already decided who they wanted on it. And again, I have absolutely no problem with having experts on this. I want to make sure that it's done well, it's done right. Cara Vonk has been on the Historical Society for 20 years, 25 years, for as long as she's lived in the city. And she is a resident of the city, so that covers 2 points. The Historical Society chose her as one of the best people, in their opinion, to fill that appointment. And I have no problem agreeing with that decision. But if we're gonna, if the city is gonna decide to choose, if the city council is gonna decide to choose their own people on this subcommittee, then it should choose the planning commissioner as well.
Makes sense.
Okay.
I can bring that back, not a problem.
Thank you. I forgot. It's me again. I do agree with your assessment, Mayor Jordan, that if we're choosing members, we should, as a body, be choosing all 3 members. I'm trying to formulate how to say that in my head. I think I got it. Should we vote on creating the committee and members first, and then go through choosing one of ourselves, and then to bring back recommendations to the next meeting for the planning commissioner and the member at large? Hold on, let me.
You can create the subcommittee
First.
and yes, and the rest, we can table it to the next meeting if you like, so they can get the applications and do whatever else. Our planning manager, we advertise and she gets the applications. Unless you want to do everything now.
Go ahead.
I think you're actually, I understand the process, but we have a specific ordinance that we're voting on, direction, and I feel like we're not all in agreement on the dais or even with the mayor zooming in. So I hear that it's the will of, or decision of 2 of you that want to put this in a different process to open it up to the public. So I'm not in agreement with what's going on here,
So that's why we vote.
because we have something that we're voting on. So you're changing that. Are we going to make that amendment, and are we all in agreement to change that? I don't hear that.
Okay, so the first motion that I'll make is to approve a resolution establishing the Historic Preservation Ordinance Subcommittee that will comprise of 1 city council member, 1 planning commissioner, and a member at large from the community.
So moved.
Did you second?
Yeah, I moved it.
Okay, I'll second it.
So motion made by Councilmember Aranda, seconded by Councilmember Friels. Can we get a roll call on that?
Councilmember Aranda,
Yes.
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right. Sorry. My brain breaks things down and so like I felt like we were mostly going to agree on that part.
And now you need a council member, right? To be part of that.
Now we
Now
need
we need all three.
now we need all three. So we either accept right now as a motion the planning commissioner and the public member separately, and then do a council member separately, or entertain motions for other ideas that have been thrown around. I just wanted to step like we were kind of all in agreement that we were going to do the subcommittee, right?
Yeah.
We had disagreements on everything else, so I was just trying to take it a piece at a time. That's all I was doing.
I'm in favor
Can I-
of just adding the two that are already out there.
Can I ask a question of the council? What council member would like to be on it, or what council members would like to be on it? And two, this is a city manager question. Having meetings in the evening with city staff is and potentially with Rincon is another expense incurred. I don't know who gets overtime and who doesn't, but the city doesn't work for free. The staff doesn't work for free. So to have evening meetings is excuse me, one more expense that we're trying not to incur.
Thank you, Mayor, for your comments. Without sounding ridiculous, the staff has been directed to account for and flex, i.e. balance their time. So whatever meetings are scheduled, we will work with the staff internally to ensure that hours are tracked accordingly and that our budgets are appropriately balanced.
Thank you for that.
Can I just volunteer myself? I want to be part of it.
What if I wanted to volunteer?
Whatever. No, just kidding.
All right, let's do the city council member first. Do we nominate and second the nomination, then vote? Okay, I'll nominate myself.
I'll second that.
Can we get a vote?
Yes, and then I'm calling the question. Councilmember Aranda,
Yes.
Councilmember Frios,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Sure, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
There you go. Boom.
Motion carried.
All right.
I'll make a motion to appoint Commissioner Matarana for the Planning Commission and Cara Vankins, the member at large.
I'll second that.
Calling the question, Councilmember Aranda,
Yes.
Councilmember Frios,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia,
Yes.
and Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Item 10, informational items and reports, city manager's report. Hold on, I got one. Have at your bad self.
You're the best.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Yeah, I will have at my bad self. Thank you so much. Give me 1 second because I had my lovely staff report. Somebody handed it to me and I've lost it. So give me 1 second. I have, oh, there we go. Perfect. Here it is. And I prepared a fancy PowerPoint. Full disclosure, Mayor
Don't
Jordan.
disclose. Don't disclose.
Don't disclose? Okay, I'll take full credit. Thank you.
Full credit.
Okay, so as the city approaches the end of 2025 and the holiday season, this report provides a year-end summary of key initiatives, accomplishments, and areas of continued focus for the city of San Juan Bautista. This time of year offers an opportunity to reflect on progress made throughout the year and to recognize the collective efforts of city staff, the council, community partners, and residents. On behalf of the city, I extend a sincere wish for a safe, peaceful, and joyful holiday season to the mayor, city council, and the entire San Juan Bautista community. So this has been a year of transition and steady progress for the city. Next slide, please. Since January, staff efforts have focused on strengthening internal operations, improving communication, and advancing initiatives that support residents, local businesses, and the long-term stability of the organization. The city's leadership and collaborative approach have also gained recognition beyond San Juan Bautista. Through panel discussions and interagency collaboration, organizations such as the Leadership Institute and the City of Hollister Fire Department have highlighted the city's service-centered governance model. As reflected in prior monthly reports, the city has remained engaged at both the regional and professional level, ensuring San Juan Bautista continues to be represented in broader policy, infrastructure, and intergovernmental discussions. Next slide, please. And that's just a slide with my lovely face on it for you guys. Next slide, please. So we've really leaned into supporting a resilient local economy, and that remains a huge priority and a work in progress for the city. Throughout the year, the city strengthened partnerships with the Spirit of San Juan Bautista, the Business Association, and the San Benito County Business Council to align city policies with community and business needs. And through our capital improvement project, we've targeted improvements along 3rd Street, including enhancements to walkability, signage, streetscape elements, while maintaining the historic character of downtown. More to come in the new year. The city has also seen positive activity with new businesses, including Mission Market, the Hideaway, and soon, anticipated soon, the Coyote Call. These additions contribute to downtown vitality while respecting the scale and identity of the community. Next slide, please. We've also hosted a series of community-centered events, which remains an important component to our downtown viability and civic pride. The Dia de los Muertos celebration, held on November 1st, brought thousands of residents and visitors to downtown San Juan Bautista for a day of remembrance, cultural expression, and community connection. And local businesses remained open during the event, and participation from families, artists, and organizations contributed to a successful and well-attended celebration that reinforced San Juan Bautista's cultural heritage. Next slide, please. Infrastructure investments continue to focus on sustainability, reliability, and environmental protection. And during 2025, the city advanced the water transmission pipeline project to support long-term water reliability. And tonight, the council authorized me to request $1 million from the state, who approved in their budget to support the project. The city also continued to progress on the Force Main project, and we've entered into phase 2, which includes decommissioning the wastewater treatment plant and completing system connections to the City of Hollister's regional wastewater treatment facility. And as previously reported to the council, staff has continued coordination with regulatory agencies and development of agreements with industrial partners to ensure compliance, environmental stewardship, and operational reliability. Next slide, please. So a major organizational milestone was the creation of the Community Development Department. And in October, the city welcomed a planning manager, an associate planner, and a permit technician to support planning and permitting services. The department has focused on neighborhood outreach, improved coordination between planning and public works, reduced permit turnaround times, and decreased reliance on outside consultants. Additional operational improvements completed this year include City Hall renovations, implementation of a purchase order system to strengthen fiscal oversight, and updates to internal policies and procedures to modernize city operations. Next slide, please. We are working to implement our 6-cycle housing element to meet the state requirement, so that should be coming soon next year. And as reported out earlier this year, we are working on a citywide income survey to support eligibility for future community development block grant funding, and we are engaged with the state on our permanent local housing allocation funds. And we're also exploring a partnership with Habitat for Humanity Monterey Bay, focused on eligible projects, including ADU-related affordability initiatives consistent with state guidelines. Next slide, please. And then public safety continues to be supported through strong regional partnerships. And in June, the city approved the Fire Protection Services Agreement with the City of Hollister, ensuring 24-hour fire and emergency response services, a dedicated two-person crew at Station 4, predictable fiscal planning and continuity of service through 2029. And then the city has also re-engaged with our partners on the fire district feasibility study and maintained coordination with Hollister Fire and San Benito County Sheriff's Office to ensure effective, reliable public safety services. Next slide, please. And then looking ahead, as the city moves into 2026, staff will remain focused on stewardship, service, and sustainability. Key areas of continued emphasis include maintaining reliable infrastructure, protecting our water, supporting local business vitality, strengthening public safety partnerships, expanding in-house service capacity, preserving agricultural lands, open spaces, and historic character. Staff appreciates the continued support and direction of the council through 2025. And as we close out the year, I extend warm holiday wishes to all of you and the residents of San Juan Bautista, and we look forward to continuing our work together in the coming year. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, moving on to item 10A, Public Safety Department update.
Good evening. I'll be quick. And the sheriff did text me apologizing he couldn't make it. He had a family issue come up. So real quick from the sheriff's office, these are the calls for service, and this covers a citation, crime reports, sex registrants, gang registrants, and all in our area. So there were 24 911 calls throughout the month of November, 34 that were non-emergency, and those are a variety of different calls that DESI responds to within the city, and a couple from other deputies that respond as when DESI's off. And then field initiated contacts 12, that's basically when the deputy gets out of their car and actually makes some type of contact, self-initiated, and does their own thing, not a dispatch call. Unfortunately, only one traffic violation, only one ticket written. So I have talked to the supervisor about that and said that we actually, I'm assuming there should be more tickets, not just one. So I have addressed that concern.
Can I provide video footage for?
There were 9 reports taken. And yeah, 2 of them were for misconduct and the rest were just small reports. So that's in regards to the sheriff's office. There is a shorting staff as well. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention. They have lost 5 deputies and soon to be a couple more. And that has all happened within the last month. So it's nothing new as far as newsworthy, but it's something that we should be made aware of their staffing shortages, because it will affect us in the long run. So I just wanted to cover that. As far as the fire monthly summary, 1 grass fire, 1 vehicle fire, all in the county, 14 medical calls, 14 vehicle accidents, all outside of the city limits. They did 1 special event, which was the Dia de los Muertos, and 1 inspection at the Hacienda de Leal. Any questions for the public safety stuff before I move on to Public Works and City Library? No. Public Works, we had CPR training actually for the entire city staff. So there was an update. So everybody's now certified for CPR training. Public Works continue with the annual storm drain cleaning. The managed station for Station 4 repair. We actually met with the chief and his command staff 2 weeks ago and went over all the repairs that need to happen to our actual facility, which has a couple cracks in the wall, some things on the floor and stuff like that. Nothing major, no major repairs needed, but it was a good practice to go over it with their command staff and just see where our building and how it's sustaining and doing. So if you haven't gone next door, we did clean up the garage and all our files are in there and everything is extremely clear. So we're moving forward with that as well, to using that more of a storage for us and hopefully clear out the little side office there and maybe make it a break room in the near future. So I'm moving forward with that. And then they repaired 2 water systems located on Mission Vineyard Road and continued discussion with county on San Juan Highway oversized semi signage. So I met with Steve Lube 2 weeks ago, and the county is actually designing the sign. It's going to be a pretty good size sign. He's going to send me a rendition of it, and it's basically going to be placed at Prescott Road, warning semis not to pass that. So, or else they'll face a heavy fine. So we're hoping that that helps. Again, it's all the cost that the county's going to cover for us. So it's a good partnership with the county. City Library, there has been a job offer sent out. We had 2 applicants, one backed out, so now we're down to 1. So that person's been offered the position, so we're waiting to hear back, hopefully soon. And they have their current schedule, which is Monday through Friday, 12 to 5. They will be closed starting on the 23rd due to the Christmas season and the New Year's season. So they'll be open at least after that, I think just 2 days. And that also has to do with shortage of staff. So that's my report. Short and sweet. Any questions? I did notice I got moved to the very end. So I don't know what that's about. But
It's because you have such a far commute. Council member questions?
Yeah, question. This might be a dumb question, actually. Kudos on the CPR. I like that. By any chance, I don't think I've ever seen it when I walk into this building, but it might be a dumb question because the fire department's right there. But have you guys done training with like AEDs? And do we even have one? I don't even know where it's at. Oh, is it? Okay, cool. Well, that's a good thing. There you go. That was easy. Really cool. And then second, I can't remember. Did the flock cams ever get turned back on? Did that situation where it was offline with the sheriff's department or whoever?
oh, that all got worked out.
That all worked
Sheriff's
out?
Office also has a contract.
Cool. And then my third and final question, forgive me, I can't remember if I read this or maybe I dreamed it. Read it through an email or something you might have sent. Was there an issue with ICE accessing those cameras, the flock cams to,
That was local news, and we did address it. I addressed it to city council in an email.
Okay, cool. I'll double check
You didn't
and look.
frame
Okay, cool. And it was, we're
There's
good.
no access.
No, okay, perfect. That's all I want to know. Thank you. Thank you for the report. Great work.
Councilmember Frios?
Yep, all good. Thank you.
Councilmember Morris
Thank you
Lopez?
for the report, and thank you for all the work that you all did with the Dia de los Muertos. That was a huge success, and it took a lot of work from staff, and you were behind a lot of it. So, and Ariel and Ashley, so it was great, and Liz. So thank you.
Mayor Jordan?
Thanks. Public Works repaired 2 water systems. Is that service lines?
Yes, service lines.
Thank you. And then continues discussion with the county on the oversized signs. Has it made it to, or do you know when it's going before the Board of Supervisors?
I don't know if it needs to. I know Steve Loop was working on that, but I'm not sure. Maybe if it gets to a certain cost amount. I'm not too sure. I can report back though.
Thank you. And then I just have one more question, and I'm sorry I didn't ask it a moment ago with the sheriff's office, if you know. The very first slide, it said 290 arson and gang registrants. What is that?
290 is the actual penal code section for a sex registrant.
Thank you. I'm good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I was not joking about providing footage for traffic stops. Nobody stops at the stop sign in front of my house. At all. Thanks for the report. No questions. I do like that I know we've got more staff and people around. Y'all looking at places where we've just got old stuff stored and looking at cleaning up the space and making the square footage that we do have more usable is real good. Also probably good for getting rid of fire hazards when we have just stuff stored everywhere. The closet back here looks good, by the way, too. But that's all I had.
Thank you.
Ender?
don't know. First time hearing of it. Thank you.
All right. Public comment? Got 3 seconds.
Like Councilman EJ says, it's my turn. No, this, real quick, I would respectfully ask that the city manager's slides and comments, which were read, be included in the packet, just like the law, fire, public works, library reports. Without having to, so we don't have to wait for the, video to come out to review them. If they could be, I was up here taking pictures of all the slides that she was, producing. And then also a quick comment on the truck sign saying that heavy fines will be enforced if you enter in San Juan. Who's gonna give those fines? Who's gonna make those stops on the trucks? Because like EJ says, nobody stops at his stop signs. I've witnessed big rigs, which I could not believe, coming down Main Street, 8 o'clock at night, the wrong way. I mean, twice it's happened. I live on First Street, the corner of First and Monterey. That turn going out of town, big rigs coming in, not stopping. So, it's a good idea to put the sign up there and say fines are, you could get a big fine, but who's gonna give the fine? I don't know if, I haven't seen any reports of fines given out. We still have big rigs coming in. I did mention, that in the, original, trying to think here, the original, user permit for Earthbound Farms back in 2021, maybe even earlier, there was a discussion, the Board of Supervisors meeting, talking about, truck traffic. And the, president of, I believe, Earthbound Farms at the time, stated that they write on their, I guess it's their order slip, please do not enter San Juan. Go through the highway or whatever. I think that needs to be revisited if we can reach out to them and have that. It seems simple enough when they get their order sheet, okay, pick up 20 pallets. Please don't go through San Juan. It's apparently against the law to do it, but they're still doing it. If we can encourage them not to do it and show them, it's easier for them to go back on the highway out of that plant than to come to San Juan. But, you know, I'm sure it's Google Maps or whatever. So thank you.
No other speaker cards received and seeing no hands raised on Zoom. Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
All right. Council member comments?
Again, thank you for the report. Great work.
Public safety. Public safety. Nothing? Comments? Mayor Jordan, more comments?
Nothing. Nope, thanks.
I got nothing. All right. 10AB. Community Development Department update.
Hi, Ariel Goodspeed, Planning Manager, back again. Just wanted to give a quick, I guess, state of the Community Development Department, Planning, Building, Code Enforcement. Next slide. Just a couple quick highlights. I broke it out between current planning and advanced planning. So current planning is discretionary projects. We completed the historic review of HRDR 250328 at 36 Franklin Street. The HRB recommended approval and confirmed CEQA exemption. The Planning Commission approved the project at the December meeting. In addition, the Alameda gas station, which you heard tonight, was approved. Additionally, the Rotary Parade of Lights special event permit SCP 250327, after a full multi-agency review, confirmed safety and operational compliance, and it was a wonderful event. I got to personally ride on the fire trucks, so I have a bucket list item done. Now San Juan's my favorite place to be. Advanced planning, back to my report. We released the draft 6-cycle housing element for public review, and included bilingual outreach on there. And we have officially submitted to HCD. We should be getting our substantial conformance letter hopefully before the end of the year. But staff is working to bring it for adoption to the City Council in January, so stay tuned. Additionally, as we discussed, the amendment for the Rincon Consultants was approved, and we're working on the historic preservation ordinance update. Additionally, behind the scenes, staff is reviewing the administrative draft of the targeted infill general plan amendment. We're looking to try to release a public draft, hopefully in January, and then maybe February. We do like a planning commission study session on it. So stay tuned for that. Next slide, please. So for just to reiterate, I think the City Council's familiar, but our City Code Enforcement Officer has obtained their B1 certification. They're currently receiving training on inspections on active permits within the city. And again, this is going to ultimately eliminate the need for contracted building inspector services. It is a priority of our department to reduce all reliance on consultants and bring all services in-house. Having services in-house such as a permit tech is allowing us to be able to compile and send out to our assessor's office all our permit, building permit certificates of occupancy for reporting years. We're actually there was some on and off in the reporting, so we're compiling and resending everything for the last few years just to make sure it's being accurately recorded. And we're working on department records and information management systems. We're just reorganizing, and working on digitizing, cleaning up the department. Main purpose of that is that, you know, someone has a question of, you know, permits, we can easily access and provide that, you know, information. We are having very timely responses to our public inquiries and processing of permit documentation, and, you know, being able to provide that information to the public on what's required, and that transparency and availability. Just guiding and support to those residents with permitting and building related processes, just coordinating with contractors and reinforce to ensure all required materials and applications are complete and properly submitted for department review and routing, and just making sure you know, we're getting all our comments back in a timely fashion, so we're being expeditious with processing all the permits. And just ongoing collaboration with code enforcement to uphold public safety. I'll go ahead and go to the next slide. Just hit on a few items. We've had 5 new code cases created. We've had 2 stop work notices were issued for building without permits. We've had 3 property notice of violations were issued for public nuisance. We've had 2 citations issued. One was related to RV parked on the street. Another was a vehicle parked on private property without consent. And that concludes my presentation. I tried to keep it short and sweet, especially since it's the end of the night. But I'm happy to answer any questions of what's going on in community development.
Awesome. Thank you. Councilmember Aranda, questions, comments?
No questions or comments, but thank you for the report. Great job.
Councilmember Frios.
Thank you for the report. Thank you for all of you who got together and got the housing element draft in. We saw some our neighbors learn the hard way that, you know, you need to get that done. It's important. So thank you so much. We didn't get, it kept the wolves away. You know, I have a hard, I don't know if our neighbors are going to be able to do that in the near future, but good news on bringing an in-house building inspector. As I mention all the time, I'll be happy to see our contractor go to work for somebody else. So, you know, it's good news on that. And thank you. And then just a cool question, the gentleman who was all upset about not getting contact back and stuff like is he referring to some type of a like building permitting or do you know what he was?
Yeah, so I was on the back and forth for the Hideaway. It required design review for his sign. So that's why the importance of being expeditious about looking at updating our ordinance and how we can streamline certain things. We had responded to all that back and forth correspondence right away and helping him, you know, get what permits were needed. I think he's still a little bit frustrated that those permits were required and there wasn't more of a streamlined process. And we ensured him, we communicated and assured him that we're actively working on being able to do that, but we have to update the ordinance before we can. And then I did communicate, and Roy actually helped catch him before he got out and gave him my contact information. And so we'll work. If he wants a visit, we're happy to go out and visit. So we'll connect on that.
Okay, thank you. Probably just a simple chain of command type, thing. Maybe he was going to the wrong place, but I can see his frustration with the sign ordinance because, it's, I don't know, maybe in our business license, packets or something, you should say if you're going to if you're in the historic district and you're going to put a big old sign up, it has to be, go to review. Or if it's not there, I mean, I have a feeling it probably is there, but
yeah, we'll just work to better educate new business owners, and we don't want excessive permitting just to have excessive permitting. So we're gonna, work on updating our ordinance to streamline what we can streamline, because we want these businesses here. They're what makes San Juan bring it to life, and so we want to work with them as best we can. But we do have limitations sometimes where our code requires us to do a thing, and so. But we'll update our code, and in the meantime, we'll better educate.
No, I'm hearing much better things coming out of City Hall as far as the process streamlining, and I really appreciate that because then less people yell at me. So that's a good thing.
I want that too.
Yeah, no, that's a good thing. And for that gentleman, none of us up here want to see someone die. If that was the case, we wouldn't be sitting up here for almost 5 hours doing this. So yeah, I know he got a little passionate, but I had one more. Nope, housing element. Yep, that's it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor Jordan.
Thank you for that, Ariel. I think a lot of the issues stemmed before the new planning department came on board, where permits were just, there was no work being done or very little movement being done on our permits for our new businesses, and I heard that a lot of that frustration from the community. I have also heard that since our planning department has come aboard, thanks to Ariel, Victor, and Manny, that everything has been super smooth, and we the city actually work for the public, and it's been really nice to be on, to hear that conversation, because it was getting frustrating and unbearable at times to make those calls, going, why? It's been 21 days or or 34 days or 6 months. Where is this? So thank you to the new department. It's just been amazing. It's a breath of fresh air. Yeah, I'm super happy that our housing element is in. This is for the final review, correct? Like we're at the finish line with this.
Yes, it was officially submitted to HED last week. We'll be noticing to the freelance for planning commission in January, actually this Friday, and we're working on all the staff reports and everything else to bring for adoption. Technically, HED has 60 days to provide their substantial conformance letter. We had done an informal review. They had provided that on that draft, we were in compliance, and they informally said that they would work to get us that letter before the end of the year. So we will try to hold them to that. And we'll be very excited to get out of Builder's Remedy by the end of January.
Right? Yeah, thank you for that. That's awesome and amazing. We were struggling. Yeah, this is huge. Thank you so much for the presentation and for all that you and your department are doing.
Awesome. I have no questions or comments, but thank you. Public comment? Oh, Councilmember Morris Lopez. No, he goes first. It's impossible to forget.
Say thank you once again for all your work. I've heard a lot of good things. So the piece of infill, does that have anything to do with the housing element, or is that different?
They're separate. So there had been a recommendation essentially, to reduce our sphere. And so as part of being able to reduce the sphere, you have to do a general plan amendment showing that in that infill study that, all of our growth can be met within city limits and reduction of the sphere. And so once that general plan amendment is adopted, we send the whole thing with this sphere reduction to LAFCO, and they process that application, and then we can check another thing done with the city.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think, and, I too had questions about the gentleman that spoke up, that Councilmember Friels, and I could see the frustration, but I think that's part of the reason why we hired our department. You came along, and Victor and the other gentleman, the technician, because we are having all those issues. So I think he kind of, like you said, sometimes it's just an education process, but also cleaning up the codes. But with that being said, I hear that gentleman that's trying to do the right thing and having some frustration, confusion, and then I still see outliers that just plop up a sign. And right now, there's a sign that I would really wish you would take down, because I doubt it had a permit. It's kind of referring to a business that moved in the middle of town. It's pretty obvious, and sometimes people just do things first and ask for permission later. And I hope that your department would take those outliers that are very obvious in violation. They didn't adhere to anything other than their personal wishes, that those be dealt with, not wait till a code is written, because those are definitely outliers and they are in violation.
Yes, anything that is reported, to our department, we're actively investigating. When we were doing our Lights On parade, we have been particularly getting reports about a runoff situation onto 3rd Street. And so, but being able to catch in the act, I actually made it a point because I had heard. And so I took pictures that day, and we were processing, violations. So we're, anytime that anything gets reported, we're following through on it as of to date. I can't report in the past. I can only do today forward, but moving forward, we're being very on top of those cases. There's a process, you have to do, you have to, collect the findings, write the notice of violation. After 10 days, if they don't respond, you then can record on the property. And so we're making sure that those recordings get processed. If there's something after 30 days, then you can begin the process to do a receivership. And the receivership is how, we can go in and work on that. So receivership process can take a while, but we're making sure to stay on top of those things so that we can see violations be resolved. Without those steps, they won't.
Yeah, I guess I'm not referring to.
Sorry.
I'm not referring to like a property, but I'm just talking about like a literal sign. Because to me, it seems like the process is so, like you said, you have to give notice, but as quick as a sign went up, it should make sense to me that there should be a response that you see that this is like, someone puts, say, this is just an example, I'm just throwing it out, like, do not park in front of their property, just a sign. So why would that take 10 days of a notice? I mean, that is a direct violation. It's not permissible for you to do that. So I'm just thinking like, that's part of the frustration I see sitting up here when residents ask me about things like that, or when I hear that gentleman that's trying to do the right thing and there's frustration, but yet some folks are not following the rules and they're allowed to get away with breaking the rule, and we're just kind of seeing it.
Let's talk offline, and I can follow up on any of those particular cases. Yeah.
Public comment.
Paravonk, you have 3 minutes.
Just a quick question. I was wondering about the San Benito Health Foundation, and what's happening with that project? Is that still moving forward, and is it in progress? That's my question. Thank you.
Van Fitzharris, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, I think I'm unmuted. Happy holidays, everybody. Fran with Bury 25. I'm really excited to hear about just the permitting process and helping new businesses coming in-house. So thank you so much. I'm really excited about that. As you know, we had a tasting room in San Juan Bautista not too long ago. And, we went through that process and it wasn't a really great one. So I'm happy to see that it's better. It definitely helps keep the peace when you have it in-house. No one knows the community like we do ourselves. And the other thing that, that I would add to it in the future, if you could, to also think about is, I think, again, to help keep the peace, is to have someone go through training to understand the alcohol process, the ABC process, how licensing works, how you get a conditional use permit, to just the difference between a beer and wine license versus a full spirit license, understanding when you're documenting where the areas that you're serving alcohol are, to 1 day licensing for events, and signage and training. 2 years ago, they started a training that you have to go through a responsible beverage service training for everybody serving alcohol. So there's a lot of things involved in that. And it's a process, and it also is really important from a professionalism standpoint to showing other businesses in town that we are following the process, and you should be comfortable opening a business with alcohol in our town because we are following the process. And again, it just keeps the peace, and also understanding new licensings that are coming available. There's a new license called, an event zone, where the city can decide to designate an area as an event zone and allow alcohol to be allowed there in that area based on, having wristbands and no glass, and there's lots of things. And I would suggest making sure that only alcohol from businesses in that zone be allowed to be served so people aren't bringing it from home. But there's just a lot of opportunities. And I think it would be really great to get somebody from the city that can be well versed on that. And I'd be happy to direct and help in any way I can. Thank you so much and happy holidays to you guys. And thank you for all you've done.
Seeing no other hands raised on Zoom, Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
Awesome. Last round, council member comments.
No questions or comments. Thank you so much.
Nope, thank you.
No, thank you.
No, thanks.
One last comment. I did send Manny an email a month ago and I haven't gotten a response.
You got it. I'm on them. You have to let me know so then I can be on.
I just checked right now. I forgot about it. No, I don't know what happened. I didn't get a response. All right. Moving on to item 10B. And I want to remind folks as we go through this section, this is just for city council representatives to report on regional organizations and committees. We have a separate section on C to talk about general announcements, but specifically, what meetings did y'all go to and what do people need to know about it? Jose, Councilmember Aranda.
This quarter or this month, I attended AMBAG, pulling up my notes. We just went over the Metropolitan Transportation Plan or Long Range Plan, and we're looking to provide a 20-year horizon on what's next. And so that's scheduled for adoption, I believe, next year, early next year. We'll have a draft, so that's what we're working on. For those that don't know, it's just what we're working on in that plan is housing, employment, transportation investments, projects and roadway improvements and things like that. So that's something that's huge. So we're looking forward to getting that situated. So again, look out for that in Q1 of 2026. The other meeting that I attended was the local task force meeting, which is my favorite meeting. And there in that meeting, we ended up discussing, sorry, I'm trying to pull up the other notes on the other side of that. We went over our budget, and sorry, it's pulling up right now. And everything's looking great. And then also just to report back that San Juan Bautista is leading the way in diversion, 44.64%, Hollister at 39.72%. So kudos to us and the county at 37. So we're doing really good. Recology is has been working really great with local partners. They provided about $11,000 in in-kind services, meaning when we do festivals and whatnot, they're providing trash services and whatnot. And just a reminder that they are doing a free Christmas tree pickup. Look out for more information there. And I think that's about it. We have the Save the Whales workshop coming up and the poster contest for 2026, which you'll see on the Recology trucks. So a lot of local students get to decorate, we vote, and then you'll see it on the Recology truck. So it's really, really cool. So other than that, what other little things did I do? I don't remember if that was last month or whatnot, but I did attend the philanthropy dinner. And so that was a really great event with Councilman Friels and Councilman Morris. And, we got to see Michael Ponce. We got to celebrate him and then also Sarah today. So that was a really great event. So thank you. And I'll hold off to announcements for all the other little things that we did. Thank you. That's it.
Councilmember Friels.
Yeah, I got to sit in for Councilmember Morris Lopez and COG, mostly just year-end finalizations, budgets, contracts, stuff like that. Nothing too major. It was actually a very painless cog. So I did relay the information, some information to Caltrans. The gentleman that came up and was concerned about the hydroplaning out here, the flooding. I did relay that, and I relayed somebody else told me about over by the roundabout at Bixby. It was a bad situation. The one at Bixby, the landscapers filled the drainage grates full of mulch, so so it filled up and it flooded. And then over here, the grading was off, so there was nowhere for the water to go. So they had this big lake out there. So they actually followed through. So it was nice working with Caltrans Region to 4, right? They're 4, yeah, 4. They really pay attention, which is kind of nice. And if you notice, our 101 is clear. You know, there's no garbage on 101 until you get across the county line, and then there's garbage everywhere. So you know they're doing their job. So it's really nice. But that's the only one I had. Thanks.
So I went to the recent COG meeting, and yes, thank you, Councilmember Friels, for attending. So the meeting was last week. We actually had it out of cycle. They decided to have it early on December 10th last week. And it basically was like the end of the year wrap up. We did have a closed session, personnel review. I can only speak to that in general terms. But then also the directors decided that next year we really need to make Highway 25 our priority. There's a lot of talk about this is just taking very long. The community is very frustrated. The safety issues, you know, we've had this year alone, I think there's been a few fatalities. And so my suggestion is, even though we may not get to the point in next year to start, you know, breaking ground or deciding what route we're going to take, I reminded them once again, what about the safety issues that extend into Santa Clara County? And I know Councilmember Friels knows about this, and it's just like, what does it take to have K-rolls put up? We need the K-rolls, K-rails is the proper term, because cars cross over. And so, but the majority of us said, yes, we need to make Highway 25 a priority next year. Thank you. And that was all I attended.
Mayor Jordan.
Thanks. Water Resources Association was canceled. There wasn't a quorum. You sat in on the LAFCO meeting. Thank you. I appreciate that. I was on Zoom for that, but I appreciate you being there in person. I missed the tourism meeting. I don't know, something about a grandchild being born. And then I went to the economic, I don't even know what they're called now. This is what was formerly known as the Economic Advisory Committee from the Board of Supervisors, which then became the Tourism Advisory Committee. And so now there's an economic committee that has been established with Board of Supervisors, the Hollister Downtown Association, the Small Business Association is working, will be working closely with this group on how to get businesses, because it's in Hollister, how to get businesses in Hollister and work with them. And I reminded everybody that San Juan Bautista is a part of this county and will be included in these conversations. At one point, the Hollister Downtown Association was the keeper of the program Placer AI, which tracked cell phones for events. and that subscription lapsed. So this committee is trying to figure out how to get that up and running again, so that we can track all events in the county to see what's going on, whether it's of value or not. And then again, working with the Small Business Administration to help all of our small businesses, to bring in small businesses, and to help all three jurisdictions figure out how to make this an easy thing to do, to bring businesses in, and what we need to do. I was at the Highway 25 COG Caltrans presentation at Paynes. It was a public forum where they had all the maps on. There were more, what I thought to be more choices than what we originally had, and it was very heated. It was lots of property that could be taken, depending on whatever route you choose to go to. So it was good luck for COG and Caltrans figuring that out. It was ugly. That's all I have.
Awesome. I attended the LAFCO meeting in the mayor's stead and absence. Things of consequence that happened there. The LAFCO board voted on approving clerking contracts with the city of San Juan Bautista, city of Hollister, and San Benito County. Liz is really excited about this. But I believe that approval now clears the way for us to be hosting LAFCO meetings, which is exciting. I think I believe this was, comments from the mayor, our mayor, kind of set this into motion, because the LAFCO board and LAFCO topics had been going forward, basically ignoring San Juan. It's in the city of Hollister, even though it's at a county site, and it was just kind of like we were a footnote, and they just kept assuming that it was kind of their board. And I think this will go a long way towards, I think I was at the meeting, Mayor Jordan, where you asked, like, hey, why are the meetings always hosted here? Can they be hosted somewhere else? Should they be hosted somewhere else? So I think that's seeing action out of that was good. There was also, it wasn't directly an agenda item, but they chatted about reviewing and looking at the city of Hollister's or the county's sphere of influence amendments. And I think that means that ours are coming up soon if something needs to be reviewed there. So, but I think ahead of that, there needs to be some, help me, Mayor Jordan, the MOU.
MSR.
That thing, yes. The municipal services review needs to happen for San Juan, and then that'll trigger. It was easy, except for the fact that the new chair of the board deemed them unnecessary, and the board voted to cancel all MSRs because MSRs lead the way. Verbatim, this is what he said. MSRs lead the way to housing development and approvals.
Well, for us, it's our sphere of influence shrink to the city limits. So
that's what our supervisor said.
We shrunk to the city limits, so I don't see how that could be.
I don't know. Okay. They were nixing MSRs because MSRs led to housing development, but now they're back on. It's just part of the process. And yes, you would need an MSR to do some sort of housing things, but you also need the MSR to do the SOI review. So I guess not just a one for one thing, but I'm happy that they're happening again now, so that we can get that reviewed and hopefully approved. I think that's all that happened there.
I forgot one meeting. Jose and I did the fire district. Yeah, so Jose got a good taste of how those meetings go.
Thank you for taking the say. Yeah, that was a fun one.
Don't ever invite me again to one of those meetings.
Sorry.
So the big topic was trying to move the meeting to a different time.
We wasted like 2 hours.
Yeah, it was great. So that was that one. That's all I got.
All right.
Can I just add one more thing for LAFCO? The city of Hollister and San Juan Bautista will be seeing their MSRs any moment now. It'll come to the city for review, and then it'll go to the ad hoc committee for each jurisdiction. Supervisor Zanger and myself are on the one for the city of San Juan. So it'll come before the staff first, and then it'll go back to the ad hoc committee to finalize it. And at today's supervisor meeting, they last month, if you all remember, we had a presentation from Jennifer Stevenson, the executive officer from LAFCO, and we gave her our comments. The city of Hollister has given their comments on the wastewater MSR, and the board of supervisors just shot it all down and said that they don't want anything to do with the MSR, to leave everything alone. So that should come back before LAFCO in January, where we bless it and move it on its way. The other thing that happened at LAFCO was it was the first time in a very long time where an actual annexation occurred, and it was for Best Road Water Company, who has diminished capacity and very poor water quality. So before LAFCO issued an emergency notification saying that Sunny Slope can annex them in, and it was made official just the other day. So they are now on the Sunny Slopes water system and 100% off of their own. Really cool process to go through as a commissioner on LAFCO. It's the first one that's happened in a very long time. So it was great to see that come to fruition in a positive manner. Thanks.
It's 10:01 p.m.
Sorry.
No new topics.
It's 1:01 p.m. a.m.
Hold your announcements for next meeting.
I have an announcement.
It's 10:01 p.m.
I don't care. I got an announcement. If I don't do it, my wife will shoot me.
If I don't get home, my wife will shoot me.
Annual Valentine's dinner dance fundraiser for Native Daughters of Golden West. Saturday, February 14th at the community hall from 5 to 10. Big dinner, silent auction, live music. Tickets go on sale tomorrow. There we go.
For me, the teatro, go check out there. It was for me. It's the El Teatro. Go check out their Pastorela. It's really cool. It's my first time attending. Beautiful show. Also Inaka's grand opening. Please go support them. Really great sushi, great steak. Had a great time there. Coyote Call, go check them out. Really cool little shops in there. So shout out to them. And I forgot to mention thank you to the staff Public Works and everyone who put on the Christmas parade this year. It was, I think, one of our biggest or amazing one. So thank you. Thank you all.
Can we get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Oh yeah, I can stay if you guys want me to.
Yeah, stay.
Are we gonna do closed session?
I gotta be at work in 5 minutes.
Can you do closed session in 10 minutes?
My early day. What are we doing? Yeah, Yes, okay.
Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Aranda, seconded by Councilmember Morris Lopez. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Aranda,
Yes.
Councilmember Frios,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
I was just trying to separate them all out and do them one.
That's why I got confused. Anyway.
They weren't
No.
Leslie.
So.